Audio check. Welcome in, folks. It's Thursday, and it's time to drink tea and get silly and play this silly video game and have happy fun times. And I'm actually very excited about it. So, let's do this. Beautiful. And let's bring this music down to chatting volume. There we go. Wonderful. And then let's go over here. Greetings. Welcome. Good morning if you're in the same time zone as me, or west of me. How's it going? It's Thursday. We're back with Final Fantasy. We had no Final Fantasy streams last week, and you know, it was there were pros and cons. It was nice to have a little break and hang out with my dad and do stuff and think about other things on days where I would normally just be playing a video game. But I did miss it. You know, I like streaming. I like hanging with y'all. I like playing video games and getting through them. So, feels good to be back. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about the game plan for today. I feel like the path forward in 10.2 is very clear right now, and I'm feeling really good about it. And we're gonna forge ahead and play as much of this extra stuff that's still outstanding as we can. But I'm feeling very good about just saying, hey, this isn't gonna happen, or hey, I don't want to do this. You know, if there's a particular thing that's clearly expecting you to be like really, really buff and, you know, grind to a super high level, or have like a specific, you know, dress sphere that I don't have, I'm gonna feel very okay with leaving those things behind. We already know that we're not getting everything in the game. We knew that from the jump, which is a freedom in and of itself. But I think I was still feeling a little bit pressured to like, oh, well, I have to do all of the side content that I have found. You know, obviously there's stuff that I didn't find that I can't do, but I should do everything that I found. But I don't have to do that. And I'm not going to limit myself to that. I think my most important mission... Get it? My most important mission at this point is to make sure that I come away from this game with, you know, good things to say about it, and either... you know, and then take my list of preconceived criticisms and be able to sort them into two columns, you know, columns of unfounded criticisms that have been debunked, and a column of bolstered, investigated, and proven criticisms. That's kind of what I'm hoping to walk away from this playthrough with. I don't know if that information is going to manifest itself or materialize in any way outside of my brain, other than me just saying it. You know, I'm the type to conceptualize and want to make a video essay, but I am not the type to actually make one. So I don't think anything like that is going to happen. I do write reviews on my Backlogged, and I'll probably put some of those thoughts down there when I wrap that up. But that's probably the only place where that kind of stuff will exist. beyond me just yapping about it. Taking my vitamins. But I'm also excited. It's always exciting to wrap up a game, right? Especially in the RPG spot, because we only get to play so many of those. And I'm excited that it's almost time to pick a new one. And I know what's going to be on the next RPG poll, which is really exciting. And I guess I can just use that to segue right into the tactical RPG bracket. Most of you that are here have probably already done it. But this week is the grand finals of the tactical RPG bracket. We have Bahamut Lagoon versus Tactics Ogre Reborn. Whichever game moves on from this final matchup is going to be on the next RPG poll against Dot Hack Part 3 and something Final Fantasy. Which that option has also been narrowed down to 2. And I want to get into it, but I don't want to confuse people who are already overwhelmed and confused with this whole tactical RPG thing. They're like, why are we doing this bracket if it's not even going to be the actual playthrough? I don't understand. But yeah, I have some pretty intense Final Fantasy brainworms right now. I've been thinking very, very deeply, especially about the Super Nintendo trilogy of Final Fantasy games. You know, there's the NES trilogy, there's the SNES trilogy, there's the PlayStation trilogy. And I guess some people might argue that there is a PlayStation 2 trilogy, but they don't feel as familial to one another as the other ones that I mentioned. So, and then I guess you'd have to fight about whether or not the PS2 trilogy is 10, 10, 2, and 12, or 10, 11, and 12. Anyways, where was I going with that? Oh, I've been thinking very deeply about the Super Nintendo trilogy of Final Fantasy, just because I'd love to replay all of the Final Fantasy games, but those ones are kind of at the top of my brain right now, as far as, like, nostalgia and, like, accessibility, you know, freshness. It's been a very long time since I've played those for the first time. It's been a very long time since I've played any of them for the first time, but especially so for 4, 5, and 6, because I just kind of, like, flew through those on an emulator during my teen years, and, you know, made good memories with them, but very different types of memories than I would have made with how I play games now. And then I also have, like, retranslated versions and optimized versions of them on my EverDrive, so I could actually play them on a CRT, which, despite my nostalgia, I haven't really done. You know, like, I played really, really small slices of 4, 5, and 6 on a CRT because I played the PlayStation versions a little bit, but I didn't do full playthroughs of those. I didn't do full playthroughs of 4, 5, and 6 until I got a laptop and started messing around with emulators. And I was, you know, fast-forwarding and save-stating and rewinding and looking up super optimized strategy guides and all that kind of stuff. Very, very different gamer than I am now. Is my camera off center? I feel like I'm not sitting in the center of my little box here, but maybe I was just kind of weirdly leaning. I think we're good. So yeah, vote in the tactical RPG bracket. If you haven't, the winner of this matchup is going to be on the next RPG poll against Dot Hack Part 3 and one of 2 Final Fantasy related games. In addition to my Final Fantasy brainworms, I have also been experiencing a little bit of Mistwalker brainworm, and there's a lot of thought. I've been giving a lot of thought to going on a Mistwalker journey and playing all the Mistwalker games, because I've only played one, and I'd like to play all of them. I was looking at a bunch of stuff related to that yesterday, but that's one of the something Final Fantasy games that's going to be on the next poll. Fantasian it's either going to be Fantasian or it's going to be Final Fantasy Type 0 HD. One of those 2 games is going to be the Final Fantasy option on the next poll. And I I'm going back and forth on which one I'm leaning more towards, and I'm gonna wait to see how this tactical matchup goes before I decide, because I think that's gonna influence me a little bit, or I'm gonna allow it to influence me a little bit, but we'll see. My thinking is that, like, Final Fantasy Type 0 has some not aesthetic or narrative similarities, but it has some mechanical gameplay loop similarities to Dot Hack. Very loosely so. So that's not a huge problem. But also Tactics Ogre is on the PS4, and so is Type 0, and I usually like to have 3 different consoles represented. So, you know, I'm allowing that to influence me ever so slightly. But that doesn't necessarily mean that if I send Bahamut Lagoon through, it's going to be Type 0, and if Tactics Ogre goes through, it's going to be Fantasian, because Fantasian we'd be playing on the Switch. But just things that I'm thinking about. So there's currently five options for the next RPG poll. Dot Hack for sure, and then 2 other shootouts that are going to be narrowed down. So it will be narrowed down to 3 options. But I've got 5 kicking around in my head right now, trying to decide. Because another thing I'm thinking about is, like, well, what if, you know, I could pull Fantasian out of the running because I want to do a Mistwalker journey separately, and that could just be, like, ham-fisted by me, where it's like, okay, polls are canceled for the foreseeable future, we're playing all the Mistwalker games, or something, you know. There is also an eventuality where we kind of run out of Tuesday games. Like, there are so many games behind me, but when I go through and I count out all of the games that I have already played, or all of the games that wouldn't be stream games for one reason or another, and then all of the games that are RPGs, which is a very large percentage of my collection, the number of games remaining that, like, could be Tuesday games is actually a surprisingly small number. So there is an eventuality on this channel where the format changes to be only RPGs. And I'm assuming if that were to happen, it would be more likely that I would just play one RPG 3 days a week to get through them faster and play more of them, rather than playing 2 at the same time, because that kind of goes against my ethos. You know, because, like, I'll start to get narratives mixed up and trying to juggle, like, the critical analysis of 2 different games at the same time. I wouldn't want to do that. So something to think about. You know, obviously, I'm not going to be streaming forever for the rest of my life. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming for. I'm not planning to stop streaming. But, you know, it's obviously a finite thing at some point. You know, I'm not going to stream until I finish every game in my collection and then quit streaming. I'm sure something will stop me before then. We'll see. But there is an eventuality. If I stream long enough, I will run out of Tuesday games. And will just be an RPG channel. And, you know, if I'm still streaming the same number of days per week, we would therefore get through RPGs faster. So that would be exciting. So there's a lot to think about right now in my future-minded world, in my future-minded bubble. Let's see, what else do we need to talk about? Oh, the Pokemon Challenge Run. I'm starting to get very, very excited about this. I've been reaching out to people in other Discords that I'm in, streamer friends and things like that, talking to people. I've been going back through the rule sheet, tweaking, optimizing, rephrasing, formatting, making things super, super polished. I'm really, really, really happy with how this is coming together. I think it's going to be super, super fun. Also super, super challenging. It's a little bit scary. But some people are already signing up for it and saying, yeah, put me down for the draft. So we're going to have a good crop of people. So that's very exciting. But in case you missed it, I'm going to be sort of hosting, but not really hosting. More so, proctoring, I guess, might be a good word to use. I don't know. I am curating. There we go. I am curating a Pokemon Challenge Run book club, where basically all people have to do is say, I want to play, and I put their name on a list. And then I do a process called a draft, where I generate a bunch of data based on some dice rolls and some random number generation, and then create a draft list for every single person who has said, I want to play. And then they have to do their own playthrough at whatever pace they want within the constraints given to them by the draft. And, it is encouraged for people to, share their progress, maybe screenshots. They can certainly stream or record their gameplay if they want to. But there's no obligation to do any of that. It's just an excuse to play the game again, which is what I need. I need an excuse to play Pokemon Generation 5 again, because I need to do my first casual run of the Generation 5 sequels, because I've never played them. That's going to be a first playthrough. I still haven't done the Generation 5 Boys Lock, and this will be good research for me for that, because the Boys Lock will be extremely challenging. This, depending on how the draft goes, could be more difficult than a Boys Lock, but for different reasons. It's kind of difficult to compare, but in a broad sense, probably fairly equal difficulty, depending on how hard people want to go with this. But I've come up with this cool system where I have a 20-sided die. I have a D20 that has all 18 of the Pokemon types on it, each, one to a face. And then there's 2 blank sides that are wilds. So I'm going to do 5 dice rolls for each person that's in the draft. So you'll get 5 dice rolls assigned to you, 5 Pokemon types. If I roll Fairy, it's a re-roll because there's no Fairy in Gen 5. But when we get to Gen 6 and do the Gen 6 challenge run, normal. And then if you happen to roll one of those 2 blank sides, you're in luck, because that means you get to pick whatever type you want. You get a wild, basically. So you'll get this list of 5 Pokemon types, and then after you get your starter at the beginning of the game, the 6 Pokemon that you use for the entire playthrough and try to beat the Elite Four with have to be from those 5 types that you get assigned, and in that order. So your very first type roll is extremely crucial, because if you roll a type like Dragon on your first roll that's not obtainable until really, really far into the game, you're going to be stuck using your starter until you can catch a dragon, and then if your second roll is like water or grass, you can finally start catching some other Pokemon once you get that dragon on your team, but you're going to be slugging along with your starter for a long time. So some very interesting things can happen there. And then each player is also going to get assigned a color. All Pokemon are split into color groups in the Pokedex. And one of your 5 Pokemon from your dice rolls also has to fit into your color. And as I do the drafts, I will double check to make sure that it's actually possible. There are a lot of configurations where it might not be possible. If your list of 4 types or 5 types is like fire, electric, steel, and ghost, and dark or something, just 5 random types, any 5 random types, and then your color is like purple, and we go and look at the list of Pokemon that are in the purple group, and none of them overlap with any of those 5 types, obviously it's not possible. So I would re-roll the color until I get a color where there are options within the 5 types that you've been assigned. But that's just to kind of like further limit you and make it more challenging and tricky. Yo, what's up, Street? Welcome in. How are you? Welcome to the Yap Zone. So you'll get your 5 type rolls, you'll get your color, and then that's kind of the whole result of the draft is your 5 types and the color. And what I will do is I will generate all of your data for you. So I will list out every possible Pokemon that overlaps with the types you've been given, and I'll highlight ones that fall into the color group you've been given, etc. And there will be certain scenarios where people will be funneled into one specific Pokemon. So like, I did an example, I did a mock draft the other day to make sure this all kind of works, you know? And the imaginary player that I was doing the draft for, one of their I rolled their required types, and then the color group that they rolled was purple, and the only Pokemon in the purple group that also overlapped with their types was the Purloin Leopard line, because one of their types was dark, and the other types that they had, the 4 other types that they got, none of them had Pokemon from the purple group. So that player would have had to capture a very specific Pokemon. So there are like scenarios where you might be forced to use a very specific Pokemon. And I even came up with an example for the rules document as well, which I should post in the chat. Where I came up with a list of 5 types: Poison, Ghost, Normal, Water, Steel. If those were the 5 types that you got, and then you rolled the color green as your color, there's literally only one Pokemon that works, and it's the water type fish Basculin that doesn't evolve. And so you would have to capture and use that Pokemon in your team. But yeah, your starter is totally insulated from everything else. Your starter can't fulfill one of your type roles. It can't fulfill your color role. It has to be one of the other 5. And the other dastardly thing about color groups is not necessarily every Pokemon in an evolution line sticks to the same color group. So a Pokemon like, Magikarp might be in the red color group, but when it evolves into Gyarados, it moves into the blue color group. So you have to watch out, and you might have to keep a Pokemon like not fully evolved in order for it to fulfill your color role. And then luckily with HMs are a huge problem in the first 4 generations, and a couple of the generations after 5. But in Generation 5, they took it very light. There's still like 7 or 8 HMs, and a lot of the HMs got moved to being TMs, like Flash and Rock Smash. But only 1 HM is actually required to finish the game in Generation 5, which is really nice. And was super unprecedented at the time. Because in Generation, 2, 3, 4, you have to use every single HM to progress at a certain point. But there's literally 1 tree that has to be cut in black and white, and that's it. So, unless you need to, surf or waterfall into a specific area to get a Pokemon that you want, or are being forced to use per your draft, you don't have to use any of the other HMs. Obviously something like Surf is also a really good battle move, so you'll probably use that. You'll probably use Fly to get around. But there's a specific clause in the rules about HM friends. You are not allowed to use an HM friend unless you are barred from progression. So for example, if you... I think all 3 of the starters in this game. Well, no. I don't think the fire starter can learn cut, but the grass starter and the water starter can learn cut. But you have to use cut right after the first gym badge. And if the second type roll that you rolled was dragon or something that you can't get yet, you would be allowed to catch a random Pokemon to use cut so that you could keep playing the game, but you're not allowed to use that HM friend in battle. You're only allowed to have an HM friend if progression necessitates it, which that's pretty much the only that's the main scenario where it would happen. But also if you're required to catch a specific Pokemon that you need like Surf to get to or Strength to get to, you'd be allowed to catch an HM friend in order to get to them. But you'd have to keep the HM friend fainted, and then once you had a full party of 6, obviously you would have to box the HM friend as well. So the idea is to try to make the game more challenging by picking Pokemon that can use the HMs that you're going to need or that you want to make your team selection less robust and more funneled, because that's part of the challenge factor. All Pokemon have to be below 580 BST, which basically just means no legendaries. This is another pretty easy rule to adhere to for Gen 5, because those are pretty much all after the Hall of Fame, which is like you've already completed the challenge if you've made it to the Hall of Fame. And then, most importantly, this is a new rule from the previous challenge runs as well. You have to build the full team of 6. So someone might think, oh, well, I can beat the game with just the first 3 Pokemon of my type rolls, and I don't need those last 2. So I'm just going to skip it and just roll with a team of 4. No. The rules say you have to fulfill all of your type rolls. So you got to catch all 6 of those Pokemon, and each of your 6 team members has to participate in at least one gym leader or Elite Four battle and survive. So that's a really dastardly one. But I put that in there because a lot of our previous challenge runs, people would get assigned a specific Pokemon from a dice roll, and it'd be like a really crappy, useless Pokemon. And so that would serve as an extra challenge factor, because they can't put something else in their team, right, instead of it. But then they just wouldn't use it. It would just be this like bench warmer that's like super low level. They never use it. It's just like a blank party spot, basically. So I'm changing the game and forcing everybody to use every single Pokemon that's on their team. So you have to find a carve out. You have to train them. You have to go for it. And then I came up with a star rating system for people who want to up the ante even more. So there's a way you can earn between 1 and 5 stars for your playthrough, depending on how hard you want to go, basically. So if you adhere to all the rules and you defeat the Elite Four, you earn a star. Congratulations, you beat the challenge run. But if you want to get 2, 3, 4, or 5 stars, there are 4 bonus conditions that I've come up with, and for every single one that you fulfill, you earn an additional star to your rating. And obviously, there's no prize here. This is just for fun. This is just for serotonin. But I thought it would be neat to offer up to people. So there's a level cap that's very similar to the level cap system that I use when I do the Boys Lock. If you adhere to the level cap for the entire playthrough, for all the Elite Four and Gym Leader fights, you get an extra star. If you have no party wipes, if you don't ever get a game over or like a whiteout, blackout where your whole party faints, if that never happens to you in your whole playthrough, you get an additional star. If you want to do a Deathless run or a Nuzlocke of the playthrough, that will earn you an additional star. And this one is specifically set up so that it's kind of worth 2 stars, right? Because obviously if you did a Deathless run or a Nuzlocke run, you would also fulfill the no party wipes condition. And because that's significantly harder than the other bonus conditions, I think it makes sense for it to be worth essentially 2 stars instead of 1. And also, Deathless and Nuzlocke are not the same thing. So you could do a Nuzlocke run where Pokemon die, right? So if one of your Pokemon dies, you box them or release them or whatever, you don't use them anymore. So technically that's not a Deathless run, right? Not all of your Pokemon will survive necessarily. So if you catch your full team, as long as you fulfill catching the 6 Pokemon that you're required to catch, some of them could die, and you might end up with a team of 5, 4, 3, and you could still finish the playthrough, and that would still count as you having done a Nuzlocke. Or you could do a Deathless run where you just make sure that none of your Pokemon ever faint, which would also be worth 2 stars. You could even set out to do a Deathless run, and after your first Pokemon dies, you could pivot to a Nuzlocke and be like, okay, well, I don't want to start over, so I'm just going to box that Pokemon instead of losing my Deathless star, and I'm going to try to pivot to the Nuzlocke star, you know, and then maybe you change your mind later on. And then the other bonus condition is for no items used inside battle, which is another Boys Lock staple. You can use held items because the game would be way too hard if you couldn't use held items at all. But you can't use, you know, potions, X items, revives, all that kind of stuff. You can't use any items inside battle. You can use as many as you want outside of battle, but not inside battle. And obviously, you can use Pokeballs as an in-battle item. You know, obviously, you have to catch Pokemon. So if you manage to fulfill all of those bonus conditions, you would get the maximum score for this challenge run. But anyways, if people are interested in participating in this, all you would need is a way to play Pokemon Black or White. Either version works. This doesn't work with the sequels because the Pokedexes are different. But if you have a way to play Pokemon Black and White, and you're interested in playing alongside me and a bunch of other random people with no specific obligations, all you would need to do is just tell me, hey, you know, put me down for the draft. I have a couple of people that have said, hey, I'm kind of busy right now. This sounds cool. I might not end up doing it, but go ahead and do a draft for me. As long as it's no problem for you. You know, if I end up not doing it, is that okay? And yeah, that's totally okay. So even if you're like mildly interested in this and, you know, you're like, oh, well, if I get a crap draft, maybe I just won't do it. I'm totally fine with that. So just let me know if you want to be included in this. I'm probably going to do the draft in like a week and a half, 2 weeks, something like that. And then I'll send, you know, what I'll do is I'll record it and make it into a video that I can share so people know that I didn't just make it all up. You know, you'll get to see all your dice rolls, and I'll generate a nice little graphical thing that illustrates like all the options that you have, basically. And then I'll send that to everybody that's participating. And then all you have to do before you start your playthrough is just say, this is the starter that I'm picking. And ideally you would call out all 6 of your team members before you start, but you're not necessarily required to. So that's what's going on with that. I'm very excited about it. I love Pokemon. I am very hesitant to do Pokemon content on the channel because it seems like every time I've done it in the past, everyone disappears and runs away. So I don't plan to stream any of this, and I don't know when Boys Lock 5 would happen on the channel. I think I would need to see a culture shift where people are like, actually like, we want Pokemon, which has never happened. So if that doesn't happen, Boys Lock 5 will probably not ever happen on this channel. And with that, I think we are ready to switch over to the game. Vote in the Tactical RPG bracket for this week if you have not yet, and you are in the Discord. This is the final matchup. This is the grand finals, Bahamut Lagoon versus Tactics Ogre. The winner of this shootout will be on the next RPG poll, alongside Dot Hack Part 3 and Something Something Final Fantasy. All right, let's drink some more tea and play some Final Fantasy, shall we? Yeah, we just did the Gen 4 challenge run not too long ago, Street, and the HM fatigue is real in that game. I love Generation 4, but that's probably the biggest thing holding it back for me is the HM fatigue. They went kind of nuts. And there's it's so transparent too, like in some of the games it feels like, oh, you know, you have to have this particular HM to get through this like one overworld obstacle, but you also use it in a bunch of other places, you know? But it seems like in Gen 4, it's a lot of like, okay, this is the one specific roadblock that we came up with where this HM is required just to make sure players play the game in the order that we want them to. And then you don't need to use it anywhere else. You know, Flash, Defog are both like that in that game. There's only like one specific area where you have to use them as a check, basically. And it feels very like overly gamified, I guess. You know, it kind of like takes me out of the experience. I guess, you know, maybe as a kid, you don't notice that, but I don't know. You're only 1,300 points away from being able to afford to add a game to the next poll. Very exciting. Would a newer game be allowed like Expedition 33? Okay, so there's no limitations on... Well, I shouldn't start it off that way. The limitations for adding a game to the next poll, Shane, is it has to be a game that I already own. And I don't own Expedition 33. So you wouldn't be able to add Expedition 33 to the poll because I don't own it, but it wouldn't be limited because of its age. I'm not restricted to like retro or before a certain year or anything like that. It just has to be a game that I already have in my collection. I actually have a nice kind of cheat sheet for this as well. On my Backlogged, I have some lists. You can also find direct links to these in my panels, but I have 2 lists called my short lists, and those are like the games that I'm like most interested in playing next. And those are like great to cherry pick from. You got to be careful with some of them, especially on the non-RPG shortlist, because some of those games are also on the ban list. Do I have a command for my ban list? No, I don't. I should post it. I've gone through my collection. Well, here, I'll just post a link to the collection, I guess. So if you click the first link there, that's my spreadsheet of my whole collection. That's every game that I have. So this would essentially be the pool of games that could be selected from to add to the next poll. On the far right, there's a column that shows my percentage of completion. So if you want to add a game to the next poll, it needs to be a first playthrough as well. I'm not gonna stream a game that I've already played. So you'd have to go to the far right column and look for everything that says new. Anything that says new is eligible to be added via that channel point redeem. And then, you know, if it's an RPG, it'll go on a Friday poll. If it's not an RPG, whatever it is, it'll go on a Tuesday poll. So that's kind of how that works. Or not kind of. That's exactly how that works. But at the very bottom of the page, you'll see some tabs. And there's one for the ban list. And there's a small number of games that I have added to a ban list, which basically just means that I would not want to play on stream for one reason or another. Some of them it's because of like sensitive or adult content that doesn't fit the vibe of my channel. Some of them it's because I enjoy playing them offline specifically for a certain reason, or I just don't think that they would make a great stream game because they like take a lot of my concentration, you know, various things like that. So if you're going to add a game to the next poll, those are your 3 criterion. It needs to be in the collection. It needs to say new in the completion tab, meaning it's a first playthrough, and it needs to not be on the ban list. So I know that's a lot of homework, but just in the interest of completely answering your question. But the age of the game doesn't matter. I also wanted to make that clear. The age of the game does not matter. It can be brand new, it can be the oldest game in the collection, or anywhere in between. No discrimination there. Okay. Let's boot up Final Fantasy X-2. I'm gonna press X. Let's pause this Wii Fit music. And let's get into it. So, like I said earlier, I'm feeling good about where we're at with this game, the direction we're going to be taking. We're going to be trying to wrap up as much of this optional stuff that we have found as we reasonably can. But I feel very confident about being able to say no to any one particular thing. You know, if something is clearly like, hey, you need to be max level or really, really powerful to do this, and I don't want to spend the time grinding for it, I feel very comfortable being like, okay, we're going to leave this on the table. We're going to skip this. But I want to engage with as much of it as I possibly can. We played quite a big chunk last week against a really powerful super boss that we just don't quite have the resources for at the moment. We have a pretty effective strategy for taking it on, but it's just so slow going that I don't think we can reasonably do it until we get stronger or find some different tools. So we're kind of in the middle of this wrap up here. But I am hoping to just leave instead of engaging with the boss, because I'm pretty sure it gives us a choice here. I don't think we're locked into this. But yeah, this boss has like 400k HP or something absurd like that. And we were only doing like, we were doing like less than 1,000 damage to it per turn. Maybe around 1,000. So we were looking at like hundreds and hundreds of turns of having to stay alive, and we were only able to heal with items, and so literally, mathematically, it just wouldn't have worked out. Even if we got perfect RNG, we would have just run out of items from needing to stay on top of HP. So, we're gonna just need higher stats in order to do this. You're gonna forget 80% of what I just said? Well, maybe, here, I'll type it out for you really quick, Shane. Maybe that will help. Must be in collection. Must be listed as new. First playthrough. And cannot be in ban list. Maybe I can't see this cutscene before fighting the boss, and I'll just have to warp away from the save point. I don't know. You never beat this boss? You rarely ever take on Uber bosses? It's certainly a mixed bag for me. Like, there are many super bosses that I have enjoyed preparing for and tackling. Okay, perfect. Return to the airship to gear up. Good. This way we can have a save after all that. Clean save. We don't have to see all that again. I also need to go back up onto the roof and talk to Sid again, because we've done this before, but I forgot to save after doing it. So let me go do that really quick. Oh, my analog stick's not working. Oh, and we have drift. Okay, let me unplug my controller really quick. This game is so weird with that. It, like, randomly turns off the analog. But yeah, I enjoyed the super bosses in 7 and 8. I've actually never done... Yeah, see, my analog just turned off. That's so random. I mean, unless this controller is, like, malfunctioning somehow, just out of nowhere. But yeah, I don't plan to ever do the ones in 10, because the ones in 10 are just a little too wild and wacky for me. We've talked about this a little bit throughout this playthrough. Because, like, to me, the FF10 super bosses feel very much like, hey, there's like basically one solution for these fights, and you have to figure out what it is in order to get through. Whereas, like, the ones in 7 and in 8, there's, like, community agreed upon best strategies and effective strategies, but you can essentially get through those fights in a lot of different ways. There's more than one way to skin the cat. sort of a thing. And you could very easily, in an insulated scenario, come up with your own strategy to get through those, you know, Omega Weapon, Ruby Weapon, Emerald Weapon, all those fights from like 7 and 8. And that is part of what I think is so cool about it. Because that's what drew me into it as a kid, was like, you know, the kind of like the trial and error nature of it. And then also just the fact that you're at the end state of the game, you've kind of maxed out everything, nothing else in the game challenged you. So this is like the one thing that can challenge you if you want something to challenge you. And you have to figure out how to get through it. What other FF super bosses have I taken on? I guess I technically have done the super boss. I did the super boss for Final Fantasy III 3D back when that was brand new. I even made a guide for it because that was like peak Final Fantasy forum days. Wait, what's gonna happen when I talk to this guy? Oh, that was a weird load. Okay. Yeah, Iron Giant. But I don't think I've ever actually beaten War Machine in 4. And then there's like, you know, all the different versions of 4 where that boss fight is a little bit varying difficulty. But I've never fought it in any of the versions. And then all the super bosses in 5 and 6 are mostly limited to the like re-releases, especially the GBA. And I've never played through those versions. And then, you know, there's Gilgamesh in FF5. But I didn't do any of the Gilgamesh stuff when I did my first playthrough of FF5 because I didn't really, well, you know, I don't know. Maybe I did it and I don't remember because I feel like I would have been using a guide, which means I would have done everything. I couldn't stave off the ads. All right, we'll be back in a few minutes.
This game's winner is Luigi.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Wait, why does it say ads are still running? What is going on? Dude, I'm so mad about this ads thing. I can't figure out what the deal is. My ads are supposed to run 3 minutes every hour. But it's like, it's doing it like every 45 minutes for some reason. All right. Anyways, I've been meaning to look and see if other people have been experiencing that. Luigi wins. So we're all tied up again after 8 rounds. Our score is 4-4 now. This has been a very good matchup between Luigi and Captain Falcon here. We've got 3 more rounds to go. If you want to pick who fights next, that's completely wide open. 1,000 channel points would allow you to pick one of the next fighters. And if somebody snipes you, you can just choose the opponent fighter, and I'll help guide you through what the eligible matchups are. As we head towards the latter third of our round robin. Okay. Scores are updated. Let's get back over to Final Fantasy. We were kind of just getting started here before we were so rudely interrupted by the ad. So, we're going to leave Beacon El Desert alone for now. And we're going to go check out Bavel. Jose is where we can refight this other boss like over and over and over. We've technically already beaten it once, and we didn't get anything. I'm guessing you probably do get something if you beat it when it's at its like highest power. But it kind of looks like that might be it. Everything else says episode complete or episode concluded, which is very satisfying to see. Except for this one, but this is like this mini game that we haven't participated in the whole game with like advertising for the different advertising factions or whatever. I like super don't care. So I guess what we're going to do now is we're going to go check out this super dungeon in Bavel. It has the same star rating as the super boss in Beaconell, so that's a little bit scary. We know there are tonberries here. Nice percent, brother. Thank you, Street. Hard agree. I think I need to change my party configuration a little bit here. Let's see. Gotta make sure I don't have encounters turned off. Oh yeah, we have all these like status things that we don't need. So we're gonna go back to our just HP MP boost. So the bangles are HP. We have 1 mithril, 1 crystal, and 1 titanium. That's kind of weird. I thought we had 2 mithrils. Sorry, there's no music here. I know we only have 1 crystal, but I thought we had 2 of the mithrils. Oh well. Oh yeah, also via this accessory, we got confirmation that there is a Dark Knight dress sphere. But unfortunately, we have no idea where or when it was. Alright, so let's get our bracers back on. Gold bracer is the one we're looking for. But we can give somebody this rune bracer to give them double MP. And Riku is probably the best candidate for that, actually, because she's our white mage. But then the other ladies will need a gold bracer. Pixel Quest, welcome in. How's it going? Gold bracer, where are you at? There's silver. There we go, gold. Alright, so we need one of these over here, and then one for pain. Just get us reset to our kind of standard outfit here. And then dress sphere wise, I think this is where we want to be. Let me double check abilities here. Yuna's almost done with samurai. Riku unfortunately doesn't really have anything to work on, so we just have her as a warrior since she can use all-time white magic right now. Which is great. Or wait, hold on. Was that a... Oh no, that's her garment grid that has that. Okay, that's right. And then same thing for Pain. She's got black magic access, and she's working on Berserker still. Is Intimidate what we wanted? I guess so. Okay, sorry, let me save and get us in here so we're out of this silent prison. I hate it when there's no music. How original is my hardware? Is a fat PS2 original enough for you? Start over from Cloister 0, continue from the deepest cloister reached. Well, we didn't go anywhere, so I guess we'll just hit start over. Nuh-uh. Okay. Must be SC HP 1000. Oh, the first serial run of the Japanese PS2. Otherwise, it's emulation. Wow. That is a bold stance to take. YouTube said so. I do get your drift, Street. Okay, so this is Cloister 1. I see. So we technically visited Cloister 1. So, okay. Do I just engage my curiosity here? How scary is this, this Tonberry? If I just whack it while it walks towards me, what happens? Okay, it has about 10k, maybe 15k health. It's amazing how long it took them to get PS2 emulation right. Like, PS2 emulation was always kind of like the holy grail back in the day. And for some people, it was more like a white whale than a holy grail. It's just like, they'll never get it. They'll never get it. You know, it'll never work. But it seems like they finally 20 to 25 years later, have got PS2 emulation figured out. Wow, that Iron Giant died in one tiny little attack. Share, please. The estrogen or the pizza. That's amazing. I love that. I think we could all use a little bit of both, actually. If I'm being real. Only got good because the guy who made Duck Station started helping. Huh. So, okay. Do I have to fight this Tonberry? Or can I just walk past it? It seems like I can just skip it. That's the most cis plus thing I've ever said. I assume that's a compliment, but it's okay if it's not. It is. Okay, cool. I'm one of those, like, very inclusive and well-meaning cis people who also, like, only knows a little bit about stuff. Wait, what did that do? So I don't always know, like, the terminology that I need to know. Oh, I see. I had to beat that Tonberry in order to go further down. This looks like the same floor, though. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, Street. I think I just looped back around to where I was before. Oh, I hate these guys. I'm just gonna run. Appreciate that, Pixel Quest. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I mean, and the cool thing about identifying as straight in 2025 is it doesn't have to be this, like, super rigid, limited, or like I think a lot of, like, for a lot of people, understandably so, can see the label of straight as being this kind of, like, rejectionist identifier. Like, oh, I'm straight, and like, they're saying that because they reject the idea of being non-straight. But like straight can be its kind of own cute little spectrum too. The Kinsey scale. See, I don't know what that is. But yeah, I'm a big fan of, like, individuality, and, like, most things are spectrums. Like, no like rigidly defined thing is exactly the same for you know, everybody else, whether it's like how you perceive color, or, you know, your gender or your sexuality or whatever it may be. Nothing's exactly the same for anybody else. So just chill, you know? Just be chill with it. You're attracted to 95% of women and, like, 10% of men. Yeah, and I think for me, like, what has always been very clear... oh god, what is that? Oh, it's one of those dudes. I guess I can, like, run this way past it, and then maybe, like, sneak past it over here, but I don't care. I can probably take this thing, no problem. Obviously, this is gonna, like... Oh, god, that's really strong. This thing is gonna get stronger as we go down. It has Protect. Okay, we need to... Oh, and we can't run from this thing? Okay, we're probably dead. Yeah, it's doing so much damage. Alright, so I guess we did want to dodge this thing. Holy moly. But yeah, what's always been very clear to me is, like... it's very different to, like, recognize that a person is attractive versus, like, wanting to, like, be with them physically, if that makes sense. Because, like, I can see another guy and be like, that guy's good looking, that guy's attractive, but I don't want to, like, you know, I don't want to, like, be with him. You know, I don't want to kiss him. I'm not into that. But, like, I'm not like ashamed or, like, afraid to admit that another dude is, like, hot or whatever. Like, for me, those are, like, totally separate. Yo, what's up, Mike? How you doing? Just kiss Mike. Yeah, dudes be good looking. I just don't want to kiss dudes. Study that took place in the late 40s. Oh, I see. So it was like a very early, primitive version of, like, a sexuality spectrum. Yeah, I think if, like, it's kind of, it reminds me of, like Myers-Briggs personality tests, you know? It's not necessarily something that people should, like, live and die by, but if it helps them, like feel better about where they're at and, like, helps them go through life more comfortably and, like, helps them feel like other people are like them, then it's a great thing, you know? Like, for someone, if it's really helpful for someone to find out, like, oh, I'm a 2 on the Kenzie scale, like, fully support that. But you shouldn't, like, you know, maybe that's not, like, your entire personality, or, like, maybe that's not, like, something that you feel like you need to know about every person that you interact with. You know? Incredible chat message, Mike. Yeah, you just gotta say no homo after. Okay, so we hit a massive roadblock here. Surprisingly, it's not the Tonberries. I wonder if maybe their attack just has, like, a certain percentage to do, like, a cajillion damage, but most of the time it does nothing. Yeah, exactly, Pixel Quest. Like, it's pretty delicate to try to, like, ask someone questions about stuff like that. It should probably be proffered by the person. Certainly not something that you'd want to, like, casually bring up when you're getting to know somebody for the first time. Oh, interesting street. Yeah, I've never even heard of those. That's beyond my level of study. But yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like, oh, is this procedurally generated? This looks completely different. Disc horse. Amazing. Yeah. Yeah, and stuff like that isn't like beyond my understanding because I like actively avoid it. It's just like, you know, we all have our own stuff. And I'm comfortable just being like, I'm an open-minded person and I'm ready to learn about anything at the drop of a hat. And I'll just wait to learn stuff like that through like osmosis and other people, while I continue to you know, transcribe Final Fantasy music instead. Oh yeah, I think you did mention that, Shane. Okay, I'm really getting annoyed with what my controller is doing. Do I have another PS2 controller I can A/B with? I do. I think this one has a bad stick, though. This is actually a PS1 controller, if we want to get technical. This is a DualShock 1. The big chunky gray boy. Oh no, this isn't the one with the bad sticks. I got rid of that one. This one I had to do a deep clean on because when I first got it, it had some like weird sticky nonsense on it. And I don't know what it was. Let me see if we have better results with this one. There could be something going on with my beautiful blue controller. Oh yeah, no Bluetooth. No Bluetooth here. I'm a big fan of OEM for just about anything. I think it's cool that we have like aftermarket controllers for old systems. But I've always had the best experience with original equipment. Oh, Pixel Quest is not a fan of the PlayStation controller. I think the PlayStation controller is great. Oh, you like the DualShock 4. Interesting. You know what? I'm going to take this Tonberry. The rest suck. I understand not liking the DualShock 3, but I feel like the DualShock 2... The DualShock and the DualShock 2 are just beautiful feats of engineering. But I just think, like... I kind of also think, like, all controllers are cool in a weird way as well. I think, like, controller theory is just so neat. Like, I could look at any weird controller and be like, oh, this is cool. Like, what were they thinking about? Oh, you're changing the button layouts on the Switch. Nice. I suppose I should be trying to steal from this thing. It might have something really cool. You don't like Nintendo controllers, Mike? Wait, what's happening? Where am I? Oh, it like took me to the back room. That's kind of weird. So maybe, maybe my goal here is to defeat Tonberries, because that's what actually allows me to progress. Because there's been some weird scenarios where I think we've gotten reset back to the beginning of a floor. And maybe I should try to dodge all other, like, fixed encounters. So yeah, this just teleports me back there. Interesting. I gotta keep an eye on these floor numbers. Or cluster numbers. Cloister numbers. Okay, so we're on Cloister 7 now. Shane intentionally adding spaces to the word remaster as not to get hit with the text command. I love Nintendo controllers, Mike. Every single one of them. Well, maybe not the NES gamepad. The NES gamepad is a little bit wild to me. The fact that it's just a rectangle with absolutely no contour whatsoever will never cease to amaze me. Wait, the N64 is your favorite system, but you think that the controller's an abomination? That's a wild take. I totally disagree about the Wii as well. Playing Xenoblade Chronicles on the Wii with remote and nunchuck just like hands apart. There's no motion controls or pointing whatsoever in that game, but just like kind of sitting on the couch with my hands like lazily apart and not like this was sublime. And I actually think that they did a lot of really cool things with that control scheme that they couldn't have done with a controller like this. Like the way that you would like hold the C button and then change the change like what other buttons did. That was really cool. Yeah, that's the only version of Xenoblade that I've played. Pixel Quest is the original Wii version. I actually don't even own the remake of Xenoblade 1, even though it's like a top 10 game for me.
That's it?
Offset sticks bother you? I don't mind. I don't mind offset sticks. I don't really have a preference there. I don't play a lot of twin stick games though, so maybe that's why. We're getting a lot of AP from these Tonberries as well, which is great. Yeah, I guess if you have big hands, I could see why you would easily not like something like the GameCube controller or the Joy-Con. I have very, like, normal, average, maybe even a little bit small hands. So that's not ever been a major issue for me. I actually used to really like small controllers. I used to have this one GameCube controller that was called a Microcon. I've only played Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade X so far, Pixel Quest. I own 2 and 3, I just haven't played them yet. I want to play them. And yeah, I haven't played any of the like DLC story stuff. But not for lack of interest. No, I'm using a RetroTink 5X. Yeah, Switch Pro controller is amazing. Really good controller. I love it. Haven't played any Xenosagas yet either, but I have them all and I want to. Sell it? Sell what? The Switch Pro controller? The RetroTink? Either way, the answer is never in a million years. Or maybe you meant Xenosaga.
Signed and sealed.
Why would I sell my RetroTink 5X? It's one of the greatest devices ever created. Yeah, well, I don't have $700 for the 4K. If you want to throw me $300 on Ko-fi to get me to the goal, you know, maybe then I'll consider selling my RetroTink 5X. But I play on a CRT anyways. The only reason I have the RetroTink is for y'all's benefit. Yeah, I know the CE is cheaper, but I don't want the CE. I want the regular one. But also, like, I don't really care about 4K. I technically have a 4K capable television, but I don't play those games on that television. I play them on a CRT. The only reason I would get the 4K is just to make the stream output look a little bit better for y'all. And just, you know, for like future proofing. You know, eventually this CRT will explode and I won't have one. But yeah, it's not a super high priority for me. Like 1080p is definitely still the standard in this house. I'm not hoarding CRTs. I just have one. I used to have a whole bunch of them. I used to have this setup in my basement back when I still lived in Minnesota. We had a setup in the basement where we had a bunch of retro consoles set up with these like small, like 14-inch CRTs. And we would invite people over to play video games while we had band rehearsal because we were in a video game band. I'm still in that band, but we don't do that anymore. 12? Okay, so you're the one hoarding the CRTs, not me. My drummer is hoarding PVMs a little bit. He's got like 5 of them now, I think. But yeah, I just have one wonderful CRT that I love and appreciate. That's fair. You never denied it. I hoard a great many things, but CRTs is not one of them. Okay, so I guess the floor where we encounter that really strong beast is random. Fargo as in Minnesota. Nope. Fargo's in North Dakota. But it gets conflated a lot because the movie Fargo is associated with living in Minnesota. And the, God, why can I not remember their names right now? The filmmakers that made Fargo and Big Lebowski. They're from Minnesota. Coen, thank you. Coen brothers. Oh yeah, I always forget that there's a Fargo TV show. I've never seen it. I've only seen the original film. So I guess it's possible that you could just have good luck heading through this place. Because we've gone, this is deeper than we've ever gone before in this place, and we never saw that behemoth type creature that killed us last time. So there's obviously an element of luck here. We're getting a lot of repeated floor configurations as well, which makes sense for something that's like this to be kind of randomly, procedurally generated. Oh, you screwed up the spelling of Minnesota. Why am I so slow against this thing? There we go. Maybe it had a preemptive strike and I didn't see it. You're blaming me for your headache? Come on now. Is it because I'm not streaming in 4K? Sorry, Pixel Quest. Sorry for my abysmal 1080p stream quality, or 936p. Please forgive me. Yo, what's up, D Holmes? How you doing? It's goofy to you that people from Minnesota made that movie because nobody here actually talks like the people in Fargo except as a joke. I don't know, man. I have interacted with some pretty redneck people from way out in the sticks in Minnesota, and they do be sounding like that sometimes. Especially as somebody who's an outsider that lived there. It was more noticeable to me, I think. But it does speak to the genius of the Coen brothers, how they're like, oh, we can, like, make a movie about this kind of like self-fulfilling expectation of Minnesotan culture that we have a specific window into as native Minnesotans, and we can like exaggerate it a little bit in places where we want to. Yeah, I used to work in Maple Grove, D. Holmes, and people would come south from like St. Cloud and like St. Michael and Anoka, places like that. And some of those people, they do be sounding like they walked out of Fargo. They think Maple Grove is coming into town, into the big city. And they're complaining about how crowded and busy and trafficy it is in this like far northwest suburb of the metro. You were told you'd get hate crimed in St. Cloud? Oh no. St. Cloud is really weird. I definitely wouldn't recommend going there. It's one of those like really weirdly heavily gentrified cities, like a really, really small version of something that you'd see in like Hollywood, where there's like really, really, really wealthy, like old money communities that are like extremely white and wealthy and like not diverse at all, but like butted up right next to like a really dangerous, like low income neglected area. So yeah, I wouldn't go to St. Cloud, because odds are you probably don't want either of those things. Yeah, Twitch works with 4K, Pixel Quest. They actually just added a 2K option as well. I got approved to stream in 2K, but I don't know if I'll ever do it. I think I might want to switch Riku to be the big HP person. Since she is the one who can bring people back to life. So let's swap this crystal bangle with her titanium bangle. And maybe actually I will give the titanium one to Pain, because Pain has auto regen and she gets a huge buff to HP just from her dress sphere. God, I hate how unsorted these are. Already forgot what I was looking for. There we go. Okay, titanium bangle, and then we're gonna give the mithril bangle to Yuna. There we go. If it isn't the consequences of decades of redlining. Yeah, and then also St. Cloud is like weirdly, like recently boomed. Like it was small forever, but as the Minneapolis metro grew more and went more north, and things got closer and closer to it, it became more reasonable for people to like move there and then commute to things south. So that kind of pushed and accelerated all that kind of stuff too. Let's top off with some potions here. The RT5X can do 6K or 6X. Well, I actually don't know if I did know that, Pixel Quest, because I don't really follow the updates super closely, so that could be something that's on like a newer firmware that I don't even have. But again, I really only need my RetroTink to make a clean 1080p signal, because it is literally only there for the benefit of OBS. I don't play off of the signal that the RetroTink 5X creates. And since I stream in 936p, there's not really a reason for me to, you know, generate a 4K or 2K signal. Weird that this is an encounter right in front of the Tonberry. Yeah, there's just not really a reason for me to create a signal of that quality just to downscale it to 936p for my stream or my VOD. Because I don't care about like recording my gameplay footage separately and then like going back. I don't edit my VODs. So I don't need those big massive files either to just go and rot on some hard drive. I just take the straight OBS recording of everything all baked together, upload it to YouTube, and add timestamps so that people can, you know, skip to when the stream starts and skip the ad breaks and skip the yap sections where I'm not playing the game, that kind of thing. Oh, this is different. Okay, so this is floor 20. We're finding something. This could be a reward or a boss fight. I see a person, or it could be both, I guess. So this leads me to believe that there's probably 100 floors, and we're going to get something every 20 floors. That's a pretty common meta.
Maester Keenock.
Keenock. I remember this guy. Did I try PSBBN? I have no idea what that is. Did Maester Keenock die in the first game? I don't even remember. Oh, he's a crab. Holy moly. Kind of more like a spider. I feel like this thing is going to be weak against ice. I kind of want to scan it. The return of Boris? What? Keenock got what he deserved? Man, I don't remember anything about Final Fantasy X. I wanted to watch a playthrough of 10 before playing this, but I just didn't have the time. Okay, no elemental affinities. Susceptible to a decent number of statuses. We'll probably double up on armor break. With Riku. That worked out really, really well. Boris was the name of the crab in the very beginning. What? I don't remember that either, Street. That was from this game? The beginning of this game? Weak to a giant shoe. Amazing. Alright, armor break. That's a lot of damage. Oh, did that say immune? Okay, Sparkler has been really good. Okay, he's poisoning us. That's not a big deal. Oh, we're like stopped. That's a problem. Okay. Well, it'd be great if this could wear off soon. Alright, we'll just hit a full party Kiraga here. Okay, cool, we did it. Now, are you going to give me something, or is it just a fight every 20 floors, and then the reward is only if we go all the way to the bottom? Oh, we got a sphere. That's pretty cool.
You think there are more in here? Probably.
Yep, probably 4 more.
I think we should go home now. Let's ease their pain. You're
The next upgrade to the setup is definitely going to be some new speakers. Crimson Sphere 8. Yeah, let's go ahead and watch it. Because my speakers stopped working. I'm really upset about it. They were really nice. They just stopped working. Uneventfully.
You're not mad.
Mad.
I kept you from dying.
You can owe me one. Why did you follow us?
I want to know what it was you all saw back there.
Problem is, we don't know. We'll figure it out one of these days. We'll tell you then.
Well, the Maester's not going to be pleased when he finds out we're still alive. Moving as a group is too risky.
Want to split up? That would be wise.
Your work's done. Why are you still recording?
So Pain was the... I forget what the official title was. Scribe or something. She was the journalist for their pilgrimage. What?
I said your work's done.
What? Excuse me? That didn't make any sense. So I wonder if that was, what's his name? God, what is his freaking name? Shuyin. I wonder if that was Shuyin taking on the appearance of, Nuge. Since we know that he can kind of just look like whatever he wants. I think that's probably the most, like, I know I'm not done with the game yet, but I think it's probably the most valid criticism of this game that I have seen throughout the game. Proceed to one of the great cloisters. What does that mean? Versus just jumping down to the next floor? Oh, okay, I see. So Cloister 20 is where we are now. I mean, it seems like he can do that, SNES. Like, that's the impression that I got, that, like, he doesn't just coincidentally look like Tidus. Like, he chose to look like Tidus so that he could manipulate Yuna. Maybe I'm reading way too much into that, and that's not actually what he can do. Anyways, I think the biggest, most valid criticism of this game is that the story content, like some of the best story content, is very easily missable because it's in a place like this. And a game that might otherwise be better received is held back by the fact that, you know, it's like Tears of the Kingdom on steroids. Like, there's just story scenes all over the place, and you can find them in all these different gobbledygook orders, and you have to try to piece it all together yourself. Where's my FF10-2 remake? Wait. Hold on. There have been some other people, like, asserting that there's going to be an FF10 remake. I will, like, I don't think I could quit Square Enix any harder than I already have. But if I could quit Square Enix any harder, it would happen if they announced an FF10 remake. Like, I don't think I could be more out on, like, I don't even remember what they call them. They don't call themselves creative business units anymore. Whatever their, like, first party, that doesn't make sense, but whatever the, like, A-team Square Enix stuff is called, if I could be any more out on it, that would be how they could achieve it instantaneously. Creative Studio, that's the new term. Creative Studio 1. I'm all in on... I still like calling them CBU 3 because it rolls off the tongue. You know, all the Asano stuff. I'm all in on anything that Team Asano does. I'm stoked about Elliot and Octopath Zero because now I get to try out the mobile game, not on mobile, and the new action game looks very intriguing. It looks like they're trying to do like a love letter to like another specific subgenre of retro games that hasn't been touched in forever. You know, they're gonna like do a little bit of like Terranigma, you know, Secret of Mana type of situation. Yo, what's up, Hot Dog? How you doing? Nice to see ya. What's going on today? CS1 is FF7, 8, 10, and 13 team. You mean like the people that worked on those originally, Street? Is that what you mean by that? I feel like that's really hard to quantify, though. Because not all of those games were made by the same people. But I know what you mean. You know, it's Nojima, it's Toriyama, it's Kitase. And like all four of those guys have done things that I have liked at one point or another, but most of the stuff that they've done is not stuff that I like. But yeah, it just, like, I don't know, for the last, like, 15 years, it seems like everything that those gents are doing, to me, like, for my preferences, just feels like all the wrong decisions for all the wrong things. And the only, like, glimmer of hope recently was FF16. Way into Balatro this morning. Ooh. Oh no, over Sultanberry. This is scary. The further you get from 16's release, the further down your rankings it slides. Interesting. Yeah. To be clear, I didn't even play 16, and I don't love 16. I just thought it was leaps and bounds in the right direction towards something that I would like, away from decades of things that I didn't like. But there's plenty of things I could criticize about it. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people make that criticism, actually, Street. And I don't have a lot to say about that particular criticism because I feel like I'm not the best person to comment on it. But I certainly don't disagree. I don't have any reason to disagree with that assertion. There are women characters in that game that I liked as characters, but not because I thought they were well written as women, you know, and that opinion somehow dismantles my appreciation for them. I could definitely see why some people didn't appreciate. Right, yeah, and 16 wasn't done by Toriyama, Kitase, Nojima. Yeah, it was Yoshi P. And some other people. Oh, this doesn't look good. This is the guy that killed us last time. Let me see here. I'm feeling like too lazy to try to give myself like a bunch of different accessories and status immunities and whatnot. But if I can debuff this thing, let's see, who has Dispel? Does White Mage have Dispel? Or is it... Yeah, okay. So I'm going to try to immediately dispel this thing. But I don't know how... I don't know how I'm going to stop myself from just getting one-hit KO'd. It did like thousands and thousands of damage to me. So we'll probably just die here. Unless I can somehow sneak past it. Wait, is this a random? No, this is not a random. Alright, Riku's already dead. So yeah, I think we're just stuck here. Unless we can just one-hit KO this thing. Come on, Pain. Yeah, we're dead. Yeah, this sucks. So I almost feel like this thing is telling you, like, you chose the wrong thing. And you're getting booted out. But now we can restart this thing at floor 20. So that's pretty cool. Well, except we can't because I didn't save. So I guess I should have warped out of there and saved. So now we would have to do the first 20 floors again. Which blows. Sorry that you got Adwald Street. We are about to run an actual intended ad, though. So... Oh, I got thrown off by the fact that there was another PS2 controller here. They have strong characterization, but are treated like fodder by the narrative. Yeah, I think that's a totally fair assessment. They're very much like kind of backseated. Oh, you're playing Tales of the Abyss, Pixel Quest. Nice, that's a really good game. I love that one. I love how Tales of the Abyss rewards your investment in the narrative. There's a lot of Tales games that are like that, where you spend a long stretch of the game either being like, I hate X character, or I don't understand what's going on, or why are we doing any of this? But if you stick with it, you're almost always like, those questions do get answered, or those things get like fulfilled or expanded upon or whatever. You don't like the VA? I mean, that's fair. It's very of its era. You know, mid to late aughts. Though that crew, that little small circle that voiced Tales of the Abyss, voiced countless other games from the same time period, and like all the anime dubs from that time period, they kind of monopolized for a while. And it's very much like a stylistic vibe, I guess. Too much backtracking in the second half. Tales games are often very bloated. They're super long, usually too long. A lot of busy work. It's a very common criticism. Your childhood best friend calls Tales series the McDonald's of JRPGs? That's a very funny analogy, but I don't agree with it, Street. I feel like the McDonald's of JRPGs is probably more like God, what would that be? I mean, I guess you could argue that it's Final Fantasy in certain ways, but Tales is more like the Subway of JRPGs or something. Oh yeah, Johnny Young Bosch is all over those games. The GUVA is the same as Luke's. Yeah, there you go. Same time period. So that makes sense. Hey, Shane, come on. That's some strong wording there. Okay, I'm going to run an ad, and we'll be back in about 3 minutes. I ran out of time to run a prediction. I'm sorry. I'll try to get one for the next one. Pick a Smash character. We're going to need a new selection soon if you want to get on that. I have a way to randomly generate them if nobody picks, but if you want to pick, you're running out of time. Back in 3.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! Five, four, three, two, one. Time up. This game's winner is Captain Falcon.
All right, welcome back, folks. Captain Falcon taking this round. Trading blows here again. Officially putting Captain Falcon at game point for this matchup. 6 wins is enough to take it, but we do all 11 rounds every time, no matter what. But our score now 5-4 after 9 rounds. 2 more to go. Can Luigi hang on? And with the big upset here, our rank 10 able to defeat our rank 2, that would really be something. And again, 1,000 channel points if you want to pick who fights next. We will need that after the next 2 ad breaks. We'll switch over to a new matchup. I'll randomly generate one if we don't have any selections made. And let's see, do we have all the scores updated? Yes, we do. All right, right back over here. Okay, so we are back at square one here, unfortunately. I don't think it'll take that long to do the first 20 floors and the crab boss again, so I'm going to do that and then make sure that I leave and save so that we can come back here again. Because I feel like I missed something. I feel like I missed something on floor 21 and made a mistake because I wasn't paying close enough attention. And I wanna pursue my theory of if you do the right thing, you don't see the big beastie guy that instantly kills you. Because I think that's very possible. Maybe we just got super lucky on our way to floor 20. Maybe not. This will be a way we can test that as well. And I guess there's also a world where we just back out and re-roll the RNG. Because I think I could have left. Like on that floor where we saw the dragon thing, I think I could have just turned around and left. Because there's been a portal on every floor. Jigglypuff. All right, thank you, Kiki, for that character selection. So our red corner fighter for the next round of matches, matchup number 42, will be Jigglypuff versus someone. If you would like to spend 1,000 channel points choosing an opponent for Jigglypuff, here are your options. Fox, Link, Ness. Fox, Link, or Ness. Jigglypuff also needs to fight Captain Falcon and Luigi, but they are currently fighting. So just in the interest of keeping it interesting, we'll rotate them out, and it's easier for me to dictate 3 options to you rather than 5. So Fox, Link, or Ness are your options for the blue corner fighter, if you want to pick one of those. So I'm going to make sure that I fight every Tonberry that I see. The main reason why I want to kind of try to commit to this cloister, even if it is 100 floors, is because I feel like it stands the best chance of giving me that one more dress sphere that I desperately want before heading to the end game. But now that we know that we got a like big story, like story scene for doing 20 floors, you know, if we ended up just getting 4 of those, I think it would still be worthwhile. And if we don't run into the whatever that thing is that instantly kills us, everything else seems pretty reasonable in here. So, oh yeah, I grabbed some more tea during the break as well.
Here comes the hurt.
My disgusting swamp water. It tastes great though. It's just a very kind of concerning and unappetizing color. Tea is good? Yeah, tea is good. Unless it's Lipton. I'm definitely not a fan of what I like to call brown tea. Just like really plain, basic, like iced, you know, restaurant red cup iced tea. But pretty much any other tea I'm down with. And like any other caffeinated drink that I want to enjoy, I usually exclusively enjoy it cold. Cold coffee, cold tea, cold matcha. I like it all cold. I can enjoy it hot, but I always enjoy it more cold. You know, if it's super cold outside and, you know, there's a seasonal moment happening, I'll obviously partake in a hot coffee. Or, you know, if I'm sick, I'll partake in a hot tea. If I've got the chills or something, you know, nothing satisfies quite like that. But in general, I strongly prefer iced. But yeah, tea and matcha especially are such a better, have such a better relationship with my system, my body, caffeine-wise versus coffee. I love the taste of coffee, but it does not give me the spark that yerba mate and matcha give me. It's a very different caffeine hit. And also, if I'm tired, like if I'm actually tired and I need to, like, actually gain energy from a caffeine source for like a very... Why is this boss just appearing here? It's Boris! You were right, that wasn't just a meme. If I need to actually derive energy from a caffeine source, coffee does not work. Like, coffee gives me this, like, short, euphoric burst of energy that makes me just feel wonderful and, like, love everyone and everything for, like, an hour. You know, and then it wanes.
All yours, Yuna. Where are you going?
But, if I'm, like, tired and I try to drink coffee to get energy, it'll just make it worse. It'll backfire. But if I'm, like, already in a good spot where I'm, like, rested, then I can, like, enjoy the caffeine burst from a coffee. But I can't actually, like, I can really only do coffee as a treat. If I was, like, really tired and I needed to be able to perform for, like, a job or, you know, an event that I'm going to where I want to have fun and not be tired, it's always going to be matcha. Because that's what's actually going to make me, like, feel energized. Because for me, coffee caffeine hit is, like, hard and fast. See, okay, this makes me feel like I went the wrong way. And I can't go back. So let me try running past it. I guess I'll take this fight. Hopefully this Ochu isn't too bad. Okay. But yeah, caffeine hits me, like, hard and fast. And then matcha is more, like, low and slow. You know, like, it doesn't give me as much of a euphoric hit as coffee, but it will last me all day. So yeah, maybe we just got really good RNG on the last run, and we never saw this floor. Camera, please. I just can't go this way? Please don't let this be the red thing. Okay.
You're going down. That's the spirit.
Your mom had a really good tea once that you tried. You don't remember its flavor, but it was some flower tea. It was red, but it turned light purple if you added a bit of cream. Red, yeah, there's some really good red teas out there, Shane. I'm a big fan. We've talked about hibiscus tea a lot on this channel. That's a red tea. But there's other good ones too. And that is also a flower, so maybe that's what you had. Never got into coffee. Not a big fan of bitter. Yeah, managing the bitter of... well, really tea as well, but especially coffee and matcha is a big one. Everybody's preference for the sweetness level is going to be a little bit different. And you got to get it just right to really enjoy it. But yeah, there's no, like... oh god. What is this thing? Guardian Beast? Nah. I'm out. Yeah, it sounds like we're pretty similar in our preferences, Kiki. I'm kind of the same way. I strongly prefer cold brew. It's less bitter, it's less acidic. And it's just so much more convenient. And, you know, 50-50 with milk, sweetened to taste. Straight matcha is tough. I've been drinking straight matcha on Fridays because I'm trying to drink less sugar. I'm still eating sugar. I'm just trying to limit the amount of sugar that I drink. But yeah, like you say, Shane, just adding a bunch of sugar to something really bitter doesn't necessarily fix it, because it can very easily be oversweet. And then at other concentrations, you're tasting the bitter and the sweet. You know, so it's like, oh, well, I'm still tasting that bitter flavor that I really don't like, even though I'm also tasting something sweet. You know, you got, like, the right balance is going to be totally different for every person. But yeah, I think matcha with no sweetener is pretty wild and crazy and should not be attempted by anyone, despite the fact that I've been doing it in an effort to drink less sugar, but it tastes so much better with like a little bit of sweetener. And I say that even over like black coffee. Like black coffee is like a thing. Like it works really well as like a foil to like a super sweet like pancake waffle breakfast. You know, cutting that with some black coffee to like clear your palate and like keep everything from tasting like sugar is like a vibe and like pairs really well together in my opinion. But I can't say the same thing about straight matcha. Yeah, and I guess that's true, Kiki. I haven't had like I do matcha powder, which for some people is not even real matcha. So I'm sure that's even more intense, and I probably wouldn't be able to do it. That'd just be straight hot liquid grass, I'm sure. Oh, you like sour stuff, Shane. Yeah, I like sour stuff, but like I have a high tolerance for sour stuff, but I think my tolerance extends farther than my enjoyment. I tend to like things really balanced with any, you know, like flavor profile. I tend to lean more bitter than sweet. But I still really like sweet things. But I typically need something sweet to be balanced with either bitter or salty or spicy. And I need spicy things to be balanced too. I can't lean super heavy into spice. I like spice, but it needs to have a flavor, and it needs to be cut with either, you know, sweet or like umami. We've talked about the 4 pillars of flavor in, you know, Backlog Boys culture, which is salty, sweet, spicy, and cheesy. Bitter doesn't show up as a flavor pillar, and umami is replaced with cheese in B-Boy's world. You've only had matcha once? It tastes like grass, but really good grass. That's a pretty accurate assessment of matcha. Yeah, and I think for all the crappy things that we can say about Starbucks, it can weirdly be a good gateway for matcha because they use it so sparingly and make it very, very sweet. Like if you like sweet drinks, Starbucks is the place for you. Because they use very little coffee, very little tea, very little matcha, and a lot of sugar. And, you know, other, like, fun, flavory things. So I guess this is just one variant of a floor that we can get. But if we get that one that we got on floor 21, I think we're just screwed. I don't know how we get past that configuration. You like the taste of coffee, you just need it balanced. Yeah, I think I'm the same way. Like I can enjoy a black coffee, but it's very specific. It's very specific. Typically, I would like a little bit of sweetness in my coffee. Like if I'm going to like a coffee shop, I always ask them to cut the sweetness on like a, you know, mocha or a latte or whatever I'm getting. The default sweetness is always way too much for me. But the only time I would drink completely unsweetened coffee is at home. I try to limit my drinking of sugar to either special occasions, a soda for, you know, a wheel spin, soda tasting on stream, and going out. Otherwise, I, you know, like when I'm at home, I try not to drink sugar, because that's a pretty easy way to limit, since I don't go out a ton, so that keeps me from drinking too much of it. Not trying to do absolute zero, though. It's also dangerous when paired with caffeine, because, like, drinking my caffeinated stuff unsweetened makes me drink it slower, which is a good thing. If I have, like, a really delicious, super sweet coffee or matcha, I will just slam it because it tastes so good. But if it's really, really bitter, I'll just kind of sip it and ride it, which is good. Like this, I couldn't chug this. It's surprisingly sweet for having no sugar in it, but I still couldn't chug it. It's still leaf water. Yeah, cheese with spicy is such a beautiful combination, Shane. Like, cheese and spice is like my chocolate peanut butter. I remember when I was like 8 years old, or actually I was probably even younger than that. I was probably like 6 or 7. I remember when Hot Cheetos came out, to date myself. And they were way too spicy for me. The first time I ate a Hot Cheeto, I thought my face was going to fall off. I was like 6 or 7 years old. I remember we were on some kind of like field trip, eating lunch outside before going back to the school or whatever. And one of the other kids gave me a Hot Cheeto, and it destroyed my mouth. But then I figured out that if I took my string cheese and tore off a little piece of string cheese that was about the length of the Hot Cheeto and ate them at the same time, that it was like the best thing I'd ever tasted. So from a very young age, I discovered that cheesy and spicy went very well together. I have a much higher tolerance for spicy stuff now, but I think it's still relatively low compared to the average, or wherever the spectrum is. I might be slightly to the right towards more spicy. You know, having lived in the Midwest for a decade, there's those people are at the far, far left of that spectrum of not being able to handle spicy stuff in a hilarious kind of way. Man, we've been getting this one a lot. But it's pretty consistent, so 92 was when they came out. Okay, so that wasn't when I tasted them. They had been out for a while. I guess that was just when I became aware of them. This would have been in like probably 97 or 98 when I tried them for the first time. Yeah, well, Frito-Lay is actually based out of my hometown, Dallas. So it would have been popular around there like right away when it came out.
Piece of cake.
You like to take Old Dutch ketchup potato chips and dip it into Philadelphia dill pickle chip dip. I've actually heard a lot of pickle and ketchup. Like, it's actually not that weird if you think about it, Shane, because they both have vinegar kind of tying them together. Like vinegar, salt, sugar are both big components of ketchup and dill pickle. So it makes sense in that regard. I am a big ketchup and condiment hater, but I'm also kind of a pickle. I'm not a pickle hater, but I don't really enjoy pickles, but I love pickle chips. And I could enjoy a ketchup chip for the same reason. Because you lose the, refrigerator cold goo, and all that's left are things that I do like. Tomato, salt, sugar, and vinegar. First time you ever saw Hot Cheetos was in your late 20s. Interesting. Yeah, there's not a ton of vinegar in ketchup, but it's in there. Oh yeah, I can't do sloppy joes. I can't do sloppy joes. I can't do meatloaf. That's way too much ketchup. Like, I don't even want like a little dollop of ketchup on a, you know, a burger, much less ketchup as like a wholesale ingredient. Ugh, I don't like it. I hate it. I didn't even like it as a kid. I was like the only kid that didn't like ketchup that I knew. Chicken nuggets, plain. Burgers, plain. I never liked any condiments, and it's like the only like picky kid eater thing that I never grew out of. I like a lot of things, but I don't like condiments. I hate ketchup, mayonnaise, and mustard. I don't put them on anything. I do use powdered mustard when I make and season meat for burgers, though. I use a very small amount of powdered mustard in my meat mix for burger patties. You just hate the taste of tomato. Interesting. I love tomatoes. Tomatoes are so versatile. I like chili. I like pizza. I like pasta. I'll eat a caprese, you know, just raw tomatoes, mozzarella, basil, balsamic vinegar. Get down on that. Tomato sandwich, tomato grilled cheese, tomato soup. I'm all about the tomatoes. Yeah, meatloaf is like, even when it's like really good and homemade, it's still kind of nasty. Meatloaf is just like, it just like registers as war food to me. It's like, this is something that we came up with when we were really, really on hard times, and then when we weren't on hard times anymore, we just kept eating it because it was tradition. There's so many American foods like that. Oh, that's rough, Street. I'm sorry to hear that. I have a couple of friends that have similar struggles where there's like certain foods that they like the taste of, but they can't eat them because of the other sensory experiences, whether it's like the texture or various other things. I am fortunate that I don't suffer. Yeah, I could not eat a tomato like an apple. I wish I liked cherry tomatoes more. The lady likes to snack on cherry tomatoes, just like grapes. I can't do it. They have to be like, if they're just like slightly blistered in like a saucepan, you know, I can enjoy them as like a side, especially if they're like with some rice or other veggies. And like, I would eat the raw ones if I just really, really had to. But I also have to be careful with tomatoes because it burns my hands. Like, if I get like tomato juice from a tomato on my hands, it burns if I don't rinse it off right away. Okay, we made it back to floor 20. That didn't take too long. So we're going to fight Boris again, we're going to get our scene, and then we're going to leave so that we can save and have this progress recorded. But I would eat like a slice of a beefsteak tomato with some salt on it. Preferably pepper as well. But, you know, we're talking caprese salad there. I'm down with that. I'd like it to have like a slice of mozzarella and a basil leaf and some balsamic vinegar and some salt and pepper on it. But I could do just the tomato. I'm glad that you have a good number of safe foods, Street. That would be really scary to like not have a lot of safe foods to the point where you have to really worry about your health because you're not getting like enough different nutrients. That would just really suck. So this one isn't called Boris. It's called Arania. It's a palette swap of Boris. There we go. Your ideal burger is built as follows. Okay, everyone take note of Shane's ideal burger. Here we go. Bottom bun, cheese. Oh, interesting. Cheese against bottom bun. Already kind of controversial. So we have the cheese under the patty. Another slice of cheese. Okay, so we're bookended. Interesting. Bacon, tomatoes? I just made that up. Bacon, tomato, lettuce, mayo, top bun. I would eat that burger without the mayo. I'm a big fan of grilled onions on a burger. I also really like sautéed mushrooms on a burger. What else do I really like on a burger? Oh, I actually like subbing out the lettuce, crunchy water for something like a handful of raw or lightly wilted spinach on a burger. I'm a big fan of that. But I will settle for some good old-fashioned lettuce. Tomato sometimes is a crapshoot on a burger for me. Like, if it's cut too thick and it makes everything kind of like slide around, that pisses me off. Sometimes I could take it or leave it. It's got to be a really good slice of tomato, like healthy, not like a firm center, you know, too close to the stem. It's got to be pretty thin cut. I would prefer that. But I oftentimes will forego the raw tomato on the burger. Like if I was doing like the grilled onions and mushrooms and bacon, I don't need a tomato on there. Get that off. I don't need the lettuce either. I'm also a big fan of like pickled jalapenos on a burger as well. Solid fat. Oh yeah, that's nobody should be eating solid fats, D. Holmes. I'm with you on that one. You need your meats to be lean and meticulously trimmed. Yeah, I'm a big fan of trimmed as well. Yeah, obviously with like a steak or a high quality piece of meat, even that's not red meat, you need to cook it. Like I'm a big fan of, you need to cook it with the fat on there and try to render it down and incorporate it into the flavor. But then when it comes out and it's ready to be eaten, trim that off. I'm not going to eat that. Okay, so now we go back to 0 and we can leave and save. Thoughts on the Juicy Lucy? I think the Juicy Lucy is a great idea, but a flawed execution. The problem with the Juicy Lucy is that eating it when the cheese in the center is actually molten and melted, it's literally dangerous and very likely that you will burn your mouth. So if you wait long enough for that cheese center to cool enough to be safe to eat, it's not really melted anymore. So you either have to incorporate like a cheese sauce that will stay liquid closer to room temperature. So wait, how do I go back to floor 20? I thought I was going to be able to go back to floor 20. Maybe I can go over to the right. Okay, here we go. Now we can move on. Most seafood is safe for you except the store cans pouches of tuna. Oh god. Ugh. I could never eat tuna. Burger bad? Man, Pixel Quest has some hot takes for us today. I'm pretty sure I actually don't know if I'm allergic to octopus. I'm allergic to shellfish, and I don't know if octopus has the same stuff in it, but I have no desire to eat it for the same reasons. It just doesn't seem like it would be pleasant for any reason. You don't dislike Juicy Lucy's, but they do seem like a gimmick. Oh yeah, they're absolutely a gimmick. But yeah, I don't think there's any world where the best Juicy Lucy is better than some other burger. Like, just because the meat is inside the patty, you know, and maybe has like, or sorry, the cheese is inside the patty. Of course the meat is inside the patty. Just because the cheese is inside the patty and maybe has some kind of like saucy element to it, doesn't really make it better. And it also makes it so that the patty is like a weird shape and there's kind of like not enough cheese. So yeah, it's very much a gimmick, and it's never going to be better than like the best burger somewhere else. Like, the best burgers in the Twin Cities are not ever going to be Matt's Bar or the 5-8 Club. Regardless of which one of them truly invented the Juicy Lucy, if they even did. The best burgers in the Twin Cities are at Blue Door and Burger Jones, hands down. You can eat tuna fillets. Oh, see, this is the one where we can't win. We're just dead. So I think the way to get through this is legitimately to just reset and hope that you don't get this floor. But maybe there's nothing we can do about it. Because this was floor 21 last time. Or wait, no, it was 22. It was 22. Oh yeah, you'll have to remind me, Street, but I can totally send recommendations of things in the Twin Cities. I gotta get Riku's cursor memory off of Kira. You've been stuck eating the same dozen chain places for years. Oh, maybe we just go a different way and I didn't realize that we could go a different way. That's also a thing. Automod grabbing I'll hit you. Automod's trying to white knight over here. That's amazing. Is that right, D. Holmes? That's interesting. I thought it was unique to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Just because that's what I was told. I'm still mashing Kira for no reason. Yeah, feel free to message anytime, Street. Ah, okay. I think my theory is right. I think you're intended to never fight this thing. I think it's meant to be unbeatable. And that's your signal to like either dodge it or find some way around it every time you see it. Obviously, I'm sure it is actually beatable, but you would need an absurd build. Okay, stop doing white magic, Riku. God. Yeah, Automod is really trying to protect me. Let me double check my learns here. We don't really care about either of these. We're just kind of closing out these. Warrior is Warrior, and Berserker, we're working on the only one there is. Okay. Oh, Wikipedia does mention them specifically. Interesting. All right, I'm just going to take the opportunity right now. I need to get the little guy set up with his bottle and such. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll go ahead and just run the ad now, I guess. We're pretty close to the hour. And I'll see y'all in 3 minutes.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! Falcon kick! Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Falcon kick. Falcon kick. Falcon kick.
Five, four, three,
Falcon kick.
one. Time up. Sudden death. Go!
Falcon punch. Falcon kick.
Game set. This game's winner is
The Miracle on Ice. Oh my goodness, folks. Wow. Luigi pulling it out at the last second there just to barely get it to go to sudden death and then win the sudden death. I was on the edge of my seat there. Well, actually I was standing up, but you know what I mean. So that's going to make it 5-5. This is the second matchup in a row that has gone all the way to game 11. Only the second time ever that has happened. So that's kind of wild. So 5-5 into going into the final 11th round here to decide it all. The ad ran late, so some of you are still stuck in ads. I apologize. You've got one more hour to pick an opponent for Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff is going to go into the red corner. Yo, what's up, SNES? Fox and Pikachu were tied going into round 11. But Fox did ultimately win 6-5. Luckily, with 11 rounds, we won't ever have a full tie. We had just never had one come down to the last round like that, where it was 5-5. There have been other matchups that have ended 6-5, but usually somebody got 6 wins way before. Oh, really? Is the chart off? Yeah, let me fix that. One of the beauties of keeping score in 3 different places. There we go. Got that fixed. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, Fox won 6-5. Okay, now we're back from ads. Welcome back, folks. Luigi's still firmly in 10th place. Captain Falcon still firmly in 2nd. But we're coming down to the wire here. Oh, that would be so wild, SNES. That would be so wild. I guess that is technically possible. I don't know what happens if sudden death doesn't end, actually. I don't think it rains bob-ombs like it does in Brawl and Melee. But maybe it does. Or maybe there's just no time limit, and sudden death could last like 2 hours if there was crazy RNG. If you want to choose an opponent for Jigglypuff, your options are Fox, Link, and Ness. Fox, Link, and Ness are your options. 1,000 channel points if you want to pick one of those 3. That'll be our matchup for the next 11 ad breaks. If nobody cashes that in, I'll just randomly generate it after the next ad break. Yeah, that would be something, wouldn't it? Okay, back to the Final Fantasy zone. SNES, picking Ness. All right. Your anagram. All right, for the next 11 ad breaks, we will have Jigglypuff versus Ness. We still have one more to go with Luigi and Captain Falcon to decide it all. But if SNES sniped you, you can go ahead and redeem another character pick, and that'll just be for the following. We can just stack them up all the way into the future if we want. Okay. I was just looking at my abilities here. We don't need to reconfigure anything. Oh, Hot Dog was about to pick Ness as well. Okay, I'm guessing I can't jump down those. So we went over here, and that generated a path that allows us to go over the big scary guy. So I think I've got this place figured out. And the answer is never fight the orange dragon thing. There's always going to be a way around. Oh my god, I'm still using Kira with Riku. I've got to get that cursor memory off. You don't think OG has the bombs? Okay, I didn't think so either. Alright, now we go up and over. Now, if there's a Tonberry on this floor, I want to make sure I fight it. Because it seems like fighting Tonberries is helpful, but not sure. Oh yeah, you... Oh my god, I did Kira again. You gotta play Mother 3, Shane. Mother 3 is a masterpiece. Absolutely brilliant game. So, so good. There's nothing quite like it. It's kind of beautifully perfect. It's, I caught it. We're off Kira. Like, even if like your appreciation for the arc and the history of Mother 3 isn't part of what plays into your, you know, lead up to your playthrough, even if you don't know anything, it's still a very powerful game that's gonna have an effect on anybody. Like, I feel like it's such a, like, I'm never gonna be the person that says that a certain game can be enjoyed by absolutely anyone. You know, obviously there's always going to be different preferences. But the themes and, you know, conflicts and struggles and, you know, messages, takeaways, all those different things that go into Mother 3 are so, like, universal. They're so, like, simple and powerful. Oh, you're not a fight? You just give me an X potion? Well, that's never happened before. I do hate when an RPG exists that I haven't played. That's a very amazing curmudgeon take that I can appreciate as a fellow curmudgeon. They gotta stop making those JRPGs so I don't have to keep playing them. You downloaded the fan translation since it came out? You just never got around to actually trying it? Alright, we like this floor. We know this floor. This one's a fight. So I wonder if that Tonberry gave me an X potion because I had fought so many? Or if that's just a special floor configuration that we can sometimes get? Yeah, I could see Mother 3 being in that position for a lot of people, where they've just always heard about it, but maybe they don't know a whole lot, or there's just other games that they'd rather play instead, and they've always meant to play it, they just haven't yet. I mean, everybody has those games, right? Especially people who like RPGs. You can't play them all unless you're Shane, apparently. You can't play them all, so you got to pick your battles. There's definitely a lot of games that live on that list for me. Every time you get a new PC, phone, or tablet, you re-download Mother 3. That's awesome. It just lives on your back burner.
I'm gonna whack you good.
Well, I'm also a firm believer in, like, not letting yourself be talked into a specific game. Because it will color your expectations, inevitably. You know, even if it is like a really, really accurate, pointed recommendation from a close friend that knows you well, there's still always that, like, inevitable coloration to your expectations. Where, like, you weren't planning to play that game, and you weren't super stoked on it, but somebody talked you into it, and, you know, that causes it to get docked, like, a certain number of points. And your enjoyment isn't quite what it would have been if you had, like, fervently incepted the idea on your own. So I try to avoid doing that, but it's very difficult sometimes. You know, you play certain games and they have such a profound effect on you. If somebody mentions that they're, like, mildly interested in it, you're like, oh, you gotta play that! It's so good! Like, it's so hard not to do that. But I try not to do that. And I think Mother 3 can really detriment from that. Like, it's like the Chrono Trigger problem, where, like, or the Final Fantasy VII OG problem, where it just gets too built up and overhyped to certain people. You know, like, after, like, the 19th person tells somebody that they've gotta play Mother 3, they're expecting it to be this, like, life-altering experience. And then when they play it and it's just a really good game, it doesn't live up to that experience that they built up in their mind. And so they're like, okay, yeah, I played it. You know, just let people get to it when they're ready, and they'll probably have a better time. Are you done already, little man? He's done already. I gotta move him before he gets upset. Be right back. All right. I'm back. Little guy's all set. Back over here. Boy, that screen looks dark on the preview. You played Mother 3 on your GameCube. Interesting. What was that setup like, Pixel Quest? You had like a GBA flash cart through the Game Boy player or something? Hello, little Tonberry. You love recommending games to people? I do too. I love like getting to know like what games people have played and liked, games that they've played and they haven't liked, and then trying to say like, oh, you might like this. Like, that's one of my favorite things to do. And yeah, I don't take it personally if people play a game that I recommend and don't like it. But I think people intrinsically, especially if, you know, you're like their friend, I think people inherently feel at least somewhat obligated to like a game that is recommended to them. Oh, we're not fighting this. You know, even if you tell them like, hey, if you don't like it, I'm not going to be mad. But if they take the time to play it on your recommendation, it's like, even though you said that, it still feels like they're going to feel slightly obligated to like it. And that can put people in an awkward situation sometimes, which is unfortunate. But I don't think there's a lot of people recommending games to people and then the person doesn't like it and the person who recommended it is getting upset. I have to imagine that's not a super common occurrence, but maybe it is. But yeah, I'll recommend a game to someone at the drop of a hat. I'm very guilty of that. You saw a streamer play Hollow Knight. He was not enjoying the game at all, but a new viewer in his chat was legit getting angry that he wasn't loving it. Oh my god, that is one of the biggest problems with chat. Like I know the whole like react harder meta is kind of a meme, but it is very much a real thing. It seems to be more of a problem that women and femme presenting streamers face more, but they also just face more problems than non-femme presenting streamers in general, so that could be it as well. Where like people really, really pearl clutch and love like a certain game or like a certain moment in a certain game, and if the streamer doesn't just have the most profound mind-altering experience to that same moment that they did, or that they hoped that they would have, they're like disappointed. And it's so toxic. I really, really don't like it. Like, wanting to watch somebody play a game for the first time and experience it because it's something that you've already experienced is a beautiful thing, and like is something that we could really only realistically consume because of the greatness of the internet. But to like have certain expectations of someone's experience for the sake of your entertainment is really, really destructive and like dehumanizes the person whose experience you're watching. You know, like that's another person. That's another person. They're having their own experience and you get to watch it. You have the esteemed privilege of seeing somebody else have an insulated reaction to something that you've already seen before, and you get to sit beside them while they have that moment. But for you to be like, oh, I was really hoping that he would cry when so-and-so did such and such, or, oh, I was hoping that they would, you know, pog super hard when the big twist happened, but they were just kind of like, huh, that's kind of like this, you know. Like, that makes it seem like that you think that you're just watching a TV show that somebody scripted and wrote for you. You know, you're just watching TV. You're just watching a program. But, like, that's a whole person. You know what I mean? And I don't think people are, like, consciously having those thoughts. They're just subconsciously doing that. That's a big critter. Don't think we've ever seen this thing before. Definitely not going to fight it. Yeah, Hollow Knight is a weird game for someone to insist to play, that you play. Like, I don't know. I think it's just as weird to insist that anybody play any specific game without knowing anything, because it's such a specific like subgenre and combination of things. Like, to just blindly recommend that to someone without knowing any other video games that they've played and liked is really strange. Like, what if that person has only ever played, like, Super Smash Bros. And their favorite game in the world is Super Smash Bros. Like, recommending that they play Hollow Knight because you think it's an amazing game would be a terrible recommendation. That game is not going to work for everybody. And it's not just like that specific example either. Like, there's so many people that Hollow Knight is not going to work for. And I'm honestly one of them. You know, I've played a very eclectic mix of games. I've played all different types of genres and ages and eras of games and enjoyed them. I feel like I have a very diverse taste when it comes to video games. But something like Hollow Knight still doesn't really appeal to me. It's not really a game that I super dig on. So if somebody was yelling at me that I had to play Hollow Knight because it was the best game ever, and there's no way that I wouldn't just absolutely adore it, you know, I would bounce off of that super hard. Where's my tea? I think it's a cool game. I like the art style. It has cool music. I totally get why it's... I totally get what it's going for. It's just not something that I'm super into. Here's the Tomberry. Fem streamers get people condescending, acting like they know more. Yeah, it's... Oh, God, it's so annoying. It's really annoying. And obviously, I'm not saying that from experience. I don't experience a lot of that. For one, because just my stream is really small, and I think bigger channels get more of that. But also because I'm not femme. What's going on here? But I do watch a lot of women streamers, and I just have to experience it as like a fellow member of the chat. And it's so annoying to watch these like perfectly capable people have to like plead their case and defend themselves, and then watch some like indignant chatter wonder why they're being singled out, or why they're being reacted so strongly to, you know, not really realizing that they're like the 1000th person to do that kind of thing. They're like, whoa, take it easy, you know. It's like, brother, you're like the 100th person to come in here and do just exactly what you just did, and you have no idea. I'm wonderful and better than everyone. I'm funny, smart, handsome, and incredibly humble. My humility is my best feature. Yeah. Oh, God. What's going on here? Okay, we did move down a floor. Okay, this is this one. All right, we know how to do this one now. No biggie. Ooh, new PS2 grabs. Nice, Pixel Quest. I don't have a very large PS2 collection. I feel like I've got a lot of heavy hitters and then a couple of, like, you know, random favorites. But I don't have a lot of PS2 stuff. There we go. Lord of the Rings 3rd Age, FF10, Dark Cloud 2, Atelier, GU Trilogy. Man, how much did the GU Trilogy set you back? I don't have those. I just have the remasters on PS4. I'm still trying to finish the regular IMOQ 4-part series. I'm on part 3. GU Trilogy is kinda cheap. Define kinda cheap. I remember those being like $40 games at least. Yeah, I know IMOC is more expensive, but I already have IMOC. So for me, it's less expensive. But also, the remasters for PS4 are less expensive than the PS2 versions, so that's a pretty hard sell. 60 for all 3? That's a hell of a deal. I don't think I could get all 3 of those for $60. Complete. I feel like it would probably cost me at least $100 to get all 3 of those in the condition that I would desire. Another X potion. Thanks, Tomberry. You've only played the GU games. Interesting. We're not fighting this thing. Also, I need to heal myself. eBay had them for CIB for 30 a pop. Yeah, that sounds more like what I would expect. That's $100. No deal, Pixel Quest. I'm not letting go of my IMOC. By the way, reminder to everybody, since we're going to be finishing up 10-2 soon, Dot Hack will be on the next poll. Part 3 has been on every single RPG poll since we started doing RPG polls, and it's going to stay on every single RPG poll until it wins. And there's a very good chance that we would immediately follow up with part 4 afterwards, because they're not that long. It's really just a 4-disc game that released all 4 discs as separate SKUs, more than it is 4 games. I think you could make the argument one way or the other, but it's clearly meant to be enjoyed as one concurrent experience. But if you want more Final Fantasy, you'll have an option to vote for that instead. And if you want a tactical RPG, you'll have an option to vote for that instead as well. Make sure you voted in Discord for the tactical RPG final match. That closes out this weekend. Final couple of days to get your vote of interest recorded. Yeah, it's all worth it for me, Shane, because I otherwise wouldn't have the games. So I'm really glad that they put that package together. It would be really cool if they put one together for IMOC as well. One of the coolest things about the GU remaster is that it has official recap videos for the IMOC games. And if we end up playing Dot Hack after this, if that wins the poll, we would actually be utilizing that GU remaster PS4 disc to watch the official recap videos for parts 1 and part 2, since I didn't stream those. And it would be good for me too, because it's been forever since I played Dot Hack, to get a little refresher. Okay, is this one going to be the same every time, where the Tomberry is always on the right? Guy's your favorite character? Abyss has got a lot of really cool characters. I'm forgetting his name at the moment. But I really like that one guy. I think Luke is a great character too, obviously. In the classic Tales fashion, like, the entire arc takes place over the course of the whole game in a very gradual and realistic way. And it's a very satisfying payoff to his arc. Yeah, Jade. I really like Jade. His arc is really cool too. Why did I come into the menu? I don't remember. I actually don't remember who Natalia is. Yeah, also be careful talking about the game in chat, Shane, because Pixel Quest is currently playing it and not all the way done. I don't remember there being a character with that name in that game though. Oh, I hate this guy. We're not fighting this guy. Well, now you're digging sideways, Shane. Because now Pixel knows that it's a character that they've seen before.
I'm on a roll.
Just let it ride. Oh, this guy's called a Gigas. That's kind of cool. Reference to like an older Final Fantasy enemy. You never saw the opening. Okay, well we can't excuse that. Playing a Tales game without watching the opening is like sacrilege. The opening is like 90% of the experience. Same with Wild Arms.
I got this. Hey, I want to fight too.
Am I completely maxed out on Yuna now? I need to check. The music is cheesy. Hold on. If the music of a Tales opening is too cheesy for you, how are you able to stomach any of the rest of the game? This is fascinating to me. Because Tales games are extremely cheesy. I mean, you mentioned that you hated the VA. What's actually keeping you in there, Pixel Quest? What strange obligation is forcing you to complete the game if you don't like the opening music or the voice acting? Are you just really, really jazzed with the mechanics? Oh, we've got one more ability to learn. Okay. You wish Symphonia and Abyss didn't get rid of the lyrics in the English dubs? It's probably a licensing issue, Shane. A lot of people might jump to thinking, like, oh, they just did this because they didn't think that the Americans wanted to listen to the Japanese weeb lyrics. But in actuality, it's probably because they would have had to pay more for them. And they didn't want to. Oh, okay, it's this one.
Bring it, punk.
You heard Tales was one of the best, or you heard Abyss was one of the best Tales games, so you bought it. I mean, I would agree with that assessment, but I also have only played like half of the Tales games. But it is a very common take. Like, you usually hear Symphonia, Abyss, Destiny, maybe Destiny 2, and like maybe like Zillia or Berseria. Oh, and Vesperia. Vesperia is a really common one. Tales of the Abyss. Half of this game could have been avoided if people just talked. Yeah, it's like the classic like movie problem, right, Kiki? I feel like that is a really great litmus test for how well a piece of media establishes suspension of disbelief. Like, if you're watching a TV show or a movie and you're just sitting there stuck on the thought, like, none of this would have happened if they would have just said that one thing. I feel like it's a commentary on, like, the shoddy, like, narrative infrastructure, maybe? Maybe not necessarily. But I feel like there's stuff like that in every story. Like, every piece of media relies on things like that in order to exist. But if you don't notice it, it's because they did a good job. You only own Zestiria, Symphonia, Zillia, Berseria, and Arise. So you're really giving the series a great try, even though you're not super jazzed about it. That's admirable, I suppose. it is an important thing, much like Final Fantasy, to like realize that not every game in the series is the same, and there's usually something for everybody. Although I would say there's a lot less variety in Tales than there is in Final Fantasy. But it's definitely true that if you don't like one Tales game, that you shouldn't just necessarily write off all the rest of them. I don't own Zestiria. I love Symphonia. I own Xillia 1 and 2, but I've never played them. I own Berseria, but I've never played it. And I don't have Arise because I don't like playing games on PC, and I don't have a PS5. I also don't know if I would like Arise. It seems like they've changed a lot about the Tales of formula and aesthetic with that game, but I wouldn't make a full judgment call until I actually played it. But it's pretty low on my would like to play list of Tales games. Vesperia will definitely be my next Tales game that I play whenever that happens. But that's not high on my list either. But it's at the top of the Tales of list. Oh yeah, and I also what's the one on Vita that I have? Where is it? Tales of Hearts R. My one Vita game that I own. Purists say it sucks and that it's not a Tales game. Yeah, that sounds similar to people saying that like FF7 Remake isn't a Final Fantasy game. kind of a discourse. I own a lot of Tales games, but I've only played like 3 or 4 of them. I own Graces. I own both Xillias. I think I actually own more Tales games that I've never played than ones that I have. Which is very silly and hilarious. I've played Fantasia, the GBA version, and I've played Symphonia, Symphonia 2, and Abyss on the 3DS. I played Legendia on the PS2, which is like a weird one that a lot of people forget even exists, and I don't remember anything about it. And that might be it. Those might be the only Tales games that I've actually played. Vita has a remake of Innocence and Hearts, but both were DS games first. Yeah. Yeah, I'm aware of Innocence, but I don't own that one. I basically told myself after a certain point, like, you've got to stop buying these Tales games because you're not playing them. I spent like a decade buying Tales games and just putting them on my shelf. A lot of them are still in the plastic. And then they kept like re-releasing like better versions of them, or arguably better versions. I did end up selling the Symphonia remake though, because the GameCube version is still the definitive version in my eyes. But I did buy the PS3 version when it first came out. I actually bought the collector's edition when it first came out. I ended up selling that because I was like, I'm not gonna do this. Rebirth took 10 years to get a translation? Wow. Why is it weird? Why is Legendia, Tales of Legendia weird? I don't think the game is weird. I think it's just weird that there are 2 Tales games on the PS2 and everybody knows one and like nobody talks about the other one. You know, Abyss and Legendia were the 2 like Western Tales games on the PS2. Symphonia was on the PS2 in Japan, but not here. There's a bunch of Tales games on PS2 in Japan, but here I'm pretty sure we just got Abyss and Legendia. And for some reason, everybody knows Abyss and talks about Abyss, and nobody talks about Legendia. That's what's weird. The game itself isn't weird, as far as I can remember. It's actually made by the Wolf team that made the old Tales games in the early days. And it probably has a hardcore following for that reason, but I don't know. GameCube version of Symphonia is the only one that runs at 60. I just prefer the 2D battle system. Of the GameCube version. But there's also like other performance issues with playing like Symphonia Chronicles on like PS3 or whatever. They may have fixed it in some of the later revisions of the remaster. But I remember for the PS3 one specifically, it was pretty much like across the board inferior. I'm not a person that really cares about 60 FPS versus 30. Like, I can tell the difference, but it's not a big deal to me. But I'm sure it does have some, like, nice... I do remember it having some, like, nice quality of life features that made a strong case for it, in spite of the performance issues, but I think for my money, might as well just play the GameCube version. Yep, that was more like early to mid 2000s video game voice acting nepotism, Shane, where it was like everybody was in everything because there was just like the same kind of crop of people that were like in all the cartoon shows and all the video games, because the video game voice acting industry hadn't expanded into this like big thing. Okay, gotta pay attention for a second. Make sure this guy doesn't touch me, otherwise our run is over. We're almost to floor 40. Hopefully we can beat whatever boss is on floor 40 and get ourselves a new save. Oh, that is a big, ugly flan. But it's got no power. But yeah, I remember Sam Riegel being kind of a big selling point for Symphonia. Oh, there's another one. We haven't seen this before. Oh, we're definitely not fighting this. Hi, Gobi. Yes, I know what time it is. You're gonna get your snack during the ad break, okay? You gotta wait 10 more minutes. Okay. So that's a new threat. 2 of those on this floor configuration now. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's still a factor in the industry, Shane, but it's definitely not as bad as it once was. In the early days. Like, there's a lot of variety of video game voice actors now, and there's a lot of voice actors that only work in video games, and they're not, like, getting poached from TV and movies or whatever else because there's, like, not a talent pool of its own for video games like there was in the early day. But now it's very well established. But, yeah, obviously, nepotism and tenure, you know, all that kind of stuff is very much still a factor. Have a good sleep, Pixel Quest. Thanks for hanging out and chatting with us. The enemy pool is changing quite a bit here. This enemy is just called Tentacles. That's really something. You'll be back. Glad to hear it. We'll see you next time. Okay, for some reason somebody mentioned this MTV show Teen Wolf recently somewhere where I was. It was not in my chat. Was the MTV show Teen Wolf based on the 80s movie Because that's the only thing I can think of when someone says Teen Wolf is the Michael J. Fox movie. And the infamous scene at the end where... I don't even know if I can talk about this on stream. But I guess if you know, you know. Okay, it's just like kind of like loosely reusing the premise. That's such a weird choice to like make a series out of. Like I could see it being like a bad low effort cartoon or like a kid's show maybe. But for like an MTV series, that's so strange to me. Such a weird choice. Takes itself more seriously, replaced basketball with lacrosse. And was basically just Buffy. What? Okay, I guess I could kind of see how it cashed in on like the Buffy craze. That actually makes sense. Still weird that it was MTV though. Alright, we made it to floor 40. Let me top off here. I have no idea what I'm walking into, so I don't feel like I should change my loadout. Because I don't know what I'm heading into. So I'm just going to walk in with my normal thing. Looks like we got Keenock again, and he's probably just going to turn into another thing. Superman on the CW. Wait, you mean from Smallville? That guy? That guy wasn't the voice of Sephiroth. Was there another Superman show on the CW that wasn't Smallville? I know Gideon Emery. Gideon Emery's great. And he was on there too. Interesting. Yeah, Gideon Emery's great. Oh, this is a different Maester. This is, what is this guy's name? Jiskel? Oh, there was a different one on the CW. Got it. Wait, it's just one of these guys? This seems so much less threatening than the crab. Oh, but it takes, like, no damage. Okay, let me flip over with Yuna and scan it. Shoot. Oh, it's casting Berserk on me. That's not good. Let me Asuna that. So we probably need to use some specific kind of magic on it. Oh boy. It just used Flare on me. That is wild. So we can just do 999. Wow. That sucks, dude. And it just does it every turn until you're dead. So this must be some kind of like damage check where you have to just kill it in a certain amount of time. Well, I feel like I've probably seen enough of this area, unfortunately. I don't really want to do that again. Like, it seems like we are in a pattern of you do the 20 floor grind, find out what the boss is, and then die, and then do the 20 floor grind again to actually attempt the boss knowing what it is, and try to beat it. So I don't think I want to do that to do a full 100 floors just to get more story scenes. There might be a dress sphere in here, but I don't think it's going to be worth my time. So I'm going to go ahead and run the ad here. We have time for a prediction this time, since it's this big final match. I think that'll be worthwhile. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to make a wager here. Luigi versus Captain Falcon. It's tied up going into the final round, 5-5. This is the final match between these two for all the marbles. And then we're going to switch over to Jigglypuff versus Ness. So get some points on the line, make it interesting, bet the farm, all that sort of thing. And then when we come back, I guess we might move forward with story progress when I come back, because it seems like the only two things left now are this super dungeon and the super boss in the desert. And I feel like we're pretty significantly outclassed by the boss in the desert. And then this thing here is just more tedious than I want to deal with right now. Especially not knowing what my reward potentially is. And then the only other thing is going back to the desert and farming the little mini game to try to beef up the boss at Jose to try to get it to full power and then beat it again, hoping that we're going to get some kind of reward, even though we already beat it at its current level and didn't get anything. And that doesn't sound very appealing to me either. And those are the only 3 things left on the table as far as I can tell. So I think it's going to be time to move forward with the story progress when I get back, and we'll see what happens. I don't know how much of this game is left. We could be heading right into the end game. We could be heading into a whole other chapter. I really don't know. And don't tell me, obviously, if you know. I do feel like the end of this game is nearby. I just don't know exactly to what degree. So we're going to find out together. Maybe the game will give us some sense of it. Okay, the prediction is closed. I'm going to run the ad. Good luck if you're in it. And I'll see you in 3 minutes.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go! Time up! This game's winner is Luigi!
Oh my goodness, folks, did you see that? Welcome back from ads. green Mario hanging on by the frame. Oh my goodness. So, if you're not super familiar with how Smash Bros. Works and counts points in this kind of a setting, if you KO somebody, they lose 1 point and you gain 1 point, right? Pretty straightforward. But the points don't actually register and get counted until the other character completely disappears. And there's two different ways that can happen. If you fall off the side and you go all the way to the left or to the right or to the bottom, you hit an invisible area called the blast line. And if you go past that point, the game says, okay, you're so far away, there's no way you're making it back onto the stage. We're going to play an animation and you are KO'd and the points are tallied up, right? But the other way that you can die is upwards. And in Smash Bros, when you go upwards really high, there is a unique thing that happens where instead of just immediately hitting a blast line, like the left, the right, or the bottom, you actually comically fly very small in the background, like Team Rocket in the Pokemon anime. And this takes a few seconds, and then you kind of go bling to a little sparkle animation, and then that's like you hit the blast line and the points are counted. So technically, when you get launched, that's called being launched. When you get launched upwards like that, you've already lost your stock or your KO or whatever type of, play you're doing. You've already lost your point, from like a spiritual standpoint, the moment that animation starts. But the game hasn't actually counted it yet. So the timer, because we're playing in time mode rather than stock mode, the timer was ticking down the final seconds of the matchup as Luigi had already been launched above the upward blast line. But the timer expired before he turned into a little sparkle, which means even though Captain Falcon technically KO'd him before time ran out, the points were not calculated and tallied in time. So because Luigi was specifically KO'd upwards, he was able to hold on just long enough to have that KO not be counted against him, which would have driven it to sudden death, which would have been very exciting and nail-biting, and would have given Captain Falcon a chance to turn it around. But Luigi managed to hang on, and he is rewarded with winning this matchup. So that brings our final score to 6-5, and that single win from 5 to 6 moves Luigi out of 10th place and into 8th place. Very, very tight middle of the pack there. Holy moly. So in, let's see, in 7th place we have Samus with an average of 4.4. Luigi in 8th with an average of 4. We don't have a 9th place. Donkey Kong is tied with Luigi with a 4.0. And then down in 10th place, we have Yoshi with a 3.9 average. So just barely separated there. Excuse me. Whew, just had a little coughing fit there. No big deal. Just some saliva on my glottal fold. Accidentally, because I'm a dumb meatbag human. Captain Falcon still holding firm in 2nd place with an 8.0. Link in 3rd with a 7.4. And Fox, of course, out in front in 1st with an 8.8 average. Fox is still yet to lose a matchup. But Pikachu had a very good run at it and was at least able to bring Fox's average down out of the 9s. But he's still pretty untouched up there. Oh my gosh. Congratulations to the Luigi believers. Unfortunately, nobody believed in Captain Falcon, so it wasn't that interesting of a prediction. Oh man, I'm still fighting off this cough from a dumb dumb human moment. Okay, we need to get our fighter cards swapped over to our new matchup here, because that was the 11th round of 11. We always do 11 rounds. Get our scores set back to 0. So for the next 11 ad breaks, we will be watching 2 new combatants. It's going to be Jigglypuff in the red corner versus Ness in the blue corner. This will be an interesting one. 2 floaty characters, one with range and one without. Jigglypuff is currently our bottom-ranked character. She is yet to win a matchup. She's firmly in 12th place, way behind 11th. It's not looking good for our girl Jiggles. And Ness is right in the middle of the pack, 6th place. He's got a pretty even spread of wins and losses, so it makes sense that he'd be in the middle of the pack. Okay, we're going to switch back to the game here. Finally, sorry for yapping so much about Smash, but that was exciting for me. We've got all our scores updated, just double checking. I'm going to get my zeros in here so I can easily find them when it's time. There we go. Beam boom, beam dome, boom doom beam dome, beam doom. And then I need to fix this spreadsheet. There we go. Cool. Okay, so we're gonna load back into our game here. I talked about this before the ad break here, but I'll reiterate. There are essentially 3 things left on the table that I have access to and know about as far as optional content goes. And I think I have exhausted my interest and viability. So I'm going to move on. And that means we're moving on to story content, which is a little bit spooky, because this might be a point of no return in the game. Most RPGs have one. And this kind of feels like it might be one. But it might not be. We'll see. Story in my 10-2? It's more likely than you think. That meme format works very well in this case, I think, Street. Oh, and to respond to what Shane said right before the right before the ad break. Yeah, that is tragic news. It seems like there's been a lot of like classic, like our childhood era voice actors that have unfortunately passed in like the last couple of years or so. That's obviously never good news. But for some, it's really weird. There's something weird about Pokemon. Like, I don't want to say it's a curse or anything, but we've lost a lot of Pokemon voice actors over the years. Kind of a spooky number. Okay, so we have to tell Brother where we want to jump in. And I don't know... Like, I have thoughts about this. This could be a thing where we have to do all of these and we can do them in any order that we want. Or it could be they all lead to the same place and we get a slightly different experience depending on where we start. Or, third option, it could be completely arbitrary and they all lead to the same place and where we jump in doesn't really change anything, but for some reason we're given a choice anyways. I don't think there's gonna be any reason for me to try to like logic this out and try to figure out which one of these is like the best option or like my favorite. Bovell is where we just were. So that's kind of scary. Jose is where the Machina boss thing is. Yeah, the second Meowth. We've also lost 2 Professor Oaks Street, which is spooky. I didn't realize that the original voice actor for Meowth was trans. I didn't know that. Besaid, Kilika, Calmlands. I'm kind of feeling pulled towards Calmlands just because we've spent so little time there and we've never done anything significant there. But that's also where we fought Yojimbo, who wrecked us a couple of times. Yep, you gotta wait till I'm done, Shane. You gotta wait. You apologize in advance for the wall of text in my Discord. That's totally fine. Thank you for being respectful to wait. Yeah, once I have finished, I will kind of lay the boundaries for like what kind of things I want to hear about and what kind of things I don't want to hear about. And then, you know, the floodgates will be open, as it were, and I will welcome the discourse, whether it's on stream or in Discord. I think I want to go Besaid for this. We can always reload and do different ones of these and experiment as well. Yeah, the fact that it gives you a second time to say no really feels like it solidifies that this is the point of no return.
Does it really matter?
Yeah, the rules are made up and the points don't matter. Shinra gets it. God, this game is weird.
At any rate, let's go. The Gullwing's last mission. Let's do it.
Hey, none of this last mission business. You hear?
Yeah, that's the name of the bad extra movie or whatever, right?
Be careful. I'll be fine. We're just going to talk after all.
We're just going to talk. Yeah, we're just going to go talk to Vegnagun. We're just going to have a conversation with him. Why is his voice acting so quiet compared to the music? Bad mastering. Maybe it's just because I'm hearing it on the TV speaker and not nice speakers. But like, this is how most people would have heard this game at the time, so they should have mastered it accordingly. It's like how when you're making a modern record, you don't master it to be heard on really nice studio monitors. You master it to be heard on a cell phone or an earbud. So I don't know what was going on there. Ah, that sucks that they went through that street. I'm glad that someone was on their side. Oh, the Calmlands has like 200 different enemies that you can encounter? Is that what you're saying, Street? Is that what you mean by encounters? Like number of enemies, unique enemies in the encounter table? Okay, we are in an area. Boy, are we in an area. And we cannot go back. Oh, look, it's Dave and friend. Oh, that's a Tumblr copy pasta? Oh, this thing is magic only? Oh, that's so annoying. I'm gonna run from this thing. One of these can only be damaged by physical attacks, and the other one can only be damaged by magical. No, stop. Although, it will bring solace to many people to know that the common knowledge thing about how oh, is every enemy encounter gonna be like this where one is physical and one's magic? Let's see. No. Okay, you take damage from physical attacks. I was gonna say, are they like preparing us for a very specific kind of boss fight? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the like common knowledge thing that gets passed around all the time about eating like a certain number of spiders in your sleep is very, very widely debunked. It's not true. So don't worry, you're not eating spiders. It's very unlikely that you're eating any spiders. Like, it probably does happen. Oh. What? You taking me back? Except spiders, Georg. Oh, my dentist loves me, Shane. My dentist loves me so much that I don't ever really actually see my dentist. I only see the hygienist because I never need anything from the dentist. The dentist like will come in and just like look at my x-rays and look at my mouth and be like, "Nice work." I'm super lucky with my teeth. My dad has like very normal teeth. And for all the health problems that my mom had, she had absurdly, ridiculously strong teeth. And they weren't pretty teeth by any means. They weren't like beautiful straight teeth. But they were very strong. So I don't really get cavities. Oh, this is Shiva. Okay, so I guess this is what the path choice is giving me, is like which Aeon is going to bar my path. This is interesting. So much like my mom, I don't have like beautiful, super white, straight teeth. But they're very strong. I don't really get cavities at all. I've had like 3 cavities in my life. The only thing that I struggle with is I grew up, and I guess even into like my 20s, was an overbrusher. So my gums are pretty heavily receded, and your gums don't grow back. So I do have like sensitivity on the lower part of my teeth to like hot and cold because some of my, roots are partially exposed. So I have to watch out for that. Oh, we can go back to the airship. Okay, so maybe we are going to do all of these. Interesting. But yeah, I get excited to go in for my cleaning because I love getting my teeth cleaned. What is this red flame thing? How do I get to it? I thought it was a sphere. Can I go anywhere after stepping on this? Are you both the one that I can hit? No, you're both the one that I can't hit. Cross-dressing as a girl is something only a guy can do, so it's pretty masculine. That's a fun interpretation. I like that. You used to be super lucky with your teeth. Your wisdom teeth didn't come out right. You stayed under the gums, but poked out enough to make a flap bacteria. Oh, a flap bacteria would get trapped in. Oh no. That sucks, Shane. That really sucks. Oh my god, that sounds awful. Yeah, I had all 4 of my wisdoms out. The top 2 were growing like straight backwards into my throat. And the bottom ones were like straight. I had room for them. They were coming in just fine. But since we were going to take the top 2 ones out, it's like you might as well just take all 4 of them out. Like, we're going to have to put you under anyways. might as well take all 4 of them out. You know, there's a chance that it might crowd your teeth. So I just had all 4 of them out. And that was when I was, like, 19. I want to take as many of these encounters as I can so I can get experience in AP. Because I don't want to get, like... I don't want to get bodied by some stupid difficulty spike on the final boss. Haven't seen a dentist since you left the Air Force. I mean, as someone who recognizes how stupid the insurance racket is, I can see why a lot of people don't go. Okay, so are we gonna fight an Aeon like every one of these platforms? This is like a boss rush kind of thing. Oh, it's the Mega Sisters. Oh god. Please be nice to me. I actually didn't go to the dentist at all when I was a kid. Because I was super scared of it because of like the stereotypes and like common criticisms that people make. Like I was so scared that it was gonna like hurt so bad and like be super scary because I like saw too many movies and like heard too many like jokes about it. So I didn't want to go, and because I had like a super cushy babying mom, she would let me get away with it. And my dad hated it. He was super worried about it. He thought all my teeth were gonna fall out because he had very like normal teeth. You know, he had cavities and fillings like his whole life growing up, because that's like what most people have. But I'm very fortunate that I got my mom's superhuman teeth. And the first time I went to the dentist in my whole entire life, I was 18 years old. And I was pretty nervous about it. And my dad thought that I was going to have this mouthful of cavities, and, you know, he just assumed that I was, like, lying whenever he would ask me, like, if my teeth hurt or whatever. You know, he assumed that I was just saying that because I didn't want to go. And I didn't know. I was like, you know, maybe I will have some cavities or whatever. And I already had the sensitivity in some spots from overbrushing, but I didn't know that that's what it was because of yet. Oh, my dispel keeps getting interrupted. That's really annoying. Come on, Riku. Get up. Not on Riku, not on Riku, not on Riku. Okay, she didn't get interrupted. There we go. Let's try that. Okay, the dispel did go off. We gotta get Sandy out of here. Or Cindy, sorry. Their names are so similar. Oh, this is perfect. Well, we'll save that, I guess. Okay, power break doesn't work. Good to know. Let's do, let's just burn up our MP on fireworks here. What? What? Excuse me? That was so much damage. Okay, hold on. I'll catch up on chat in a second. I gotta pay attention to this fight. I'm probably gonna die. I was just kind of mashing through this like a random encounter, which was really stupid of me. But just by sheer fact that there's 3 targets here instead of 1 makes this fight probably 10 times harder. Wow, that was beautiful. Do that again, Yuna. That is so much damage. And it has interrupt. 10-2 times harder. Come on. Okay, we got rid of Cindy. Now we're going after Mindy. Oh my god, why does it take so long for Riku to cast Kiraga? It's absurd. Oh, don't miss Pain. What the heck? Can't miss? Yeah, I remember the Mega Sisters being some serious stuff in the first game. I never got them, but I remember always hearing about them. Oh, yeah, that's right. They had their own AI. I forgot about that. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Please. Yeah, get that Kiraga off. Beautiful. Yeah, the chain bonus does make it super scary. Not Riku, not Riku. Okay, good. And the fact that I don't get any ATB during that either also kind of sucks. Sparkler missed? Come on. Okay, I'm potioning here kind of like out of fear. Because Kiraga's too slow. Come on. Jesus. And then I keep missing. Why am I missing so much? Gotta get Mindy out of here. She shouldn't have any buffs on her besides Shell and Protect. I don't know what's going on with the evasion. I didn't see anything like that go off. Everything's missing for some reason. Okay, clutch Kiraga. Just gonna go ahead and do it again. She's low health. Stop missing. There we go. Okay, we should be fine now. Should be able to just wallop. Because this attack isn't that big of a deal. And we might even be able to get some interrupts. Plus, regular attacks are just so much faster than everything else. She looks very mantis-y. Alright, cool, we got it. I know they're supposed to be bugs, but she was just especially mantis-y. Minal mantis-y. Crystal gloves. Is that like a huge attack boost? Mantis, Ladybug, and Bee. Yeah. Final Mantis-y and never Final Womantis-y. Oh, we don't get a save point after that one? That blows. Okay, let me see what this crystal gloves. Oh, we already had one. Defense by 60. Yeah, that's a huge boost. Oh yeah, I get Palom and Porum mixed up too. I need some kind of mnemonic device for them. That would fix it. I'm sorry, this creature has a second face where its crotch is? That's really unsettling. Probably based on some, like, folklore thing. Why did I open the menu? I don't know, another fight? And no, without having a save between the last one? Oh, there we go. Thank you, Street. Yeah, now I'll probably never forget now. Thanks to that. Oh, great. Anima. Can you just, like, go down easy? Oh yeah, what is Zantetsu? Oh yeah, instantly defeat. Yeah, we probably won't be doing any of that. We're doing good damage really fast, and he's not doing that much, so I'm just going to keep rolling with this until he busts out a different attack. Alright, what is this? What are you doing? Oh, I think we got an interrupt there. That's huge. Oblivion. Oh, that doesn't sound friendly. Maybe it's just like some demi-gravity junk that can't kill me. Looks pretty serious, though. Ugh, I forgot there was like another body down there. Oh boy. How much is the big hit? Oh. Okay. Well, that wasn't that bad. That's just like one Kiraga. We can handle that. Yeah. Bye-bye. No problem. The final arc of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has crotch faces? Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't have a point of reference for where the show was. Oh, we got a garment grid for that. I wasn't aware of what point the show was at when we stopped watching it and weren't into Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. But it was a pretty short window. It was basically like 1 year where we were into Yu-Gi-Oh.
I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough to stop him.
I should know who this is, but I don't.
At least warn someone, but instead we were dragged into the darkness. We're no better than fiends.
It's all right.
Forgive us.
Please, tell me, what is he?
Shuyin? Just a shadow. It may look like him, but the real Shuyin died long ago.
Okay, this supports my theory.
Even after 1,000 years, his hate and misery linger.
I guess maybe his real form does coincidentally look just like Tidus,
So
but
strong they began to act on their own.
he's not like a person
Eventually, they became
at this
a shadow,
point.
a shade that wants only to vanish but cannot.
Thank God for the subtitles. I can't hear half of the things anyone is saying.
I can handle a shadow.
I can handle a shadow.
Are you sure?
Yes, leave it to me. I'll banish shadow with light.
Light?
Lens
Oh no, we're getting Kingdom Hearts.
That's right.
Kingdom Hearts stuff is happening.
Love.
We're gonna drive out the darkness with light. And love and the power of friendship. And other buzzwords. Oh! Okay. We're here. At this place. Where we first met Shuyin. Let's top off. We'll top off Riku as well. Might as well. Really quick, let me look at Yuna's Samurai. Yeah, she's Mastered Samurai. I don't think it makes sense to swap her into anything else, though. And I guess I'll take a look at the garment grid that we got. Just out of curiosity, but I probably won't switch to it. I don't remember what it was called. Immortal Soul. Life, Cure, Cura, Curaga, Full Life. That's pretty cool. Not going to use it, though. Oh, wait a second. We have the accessory that allows us to use all of our samurai abilities as a different class. We might want to use this. And then we could switch to, like, Songstress or, Gun Mage. And have a more well-rounded... I don't think it was a garment grid. A garment grid that allowed us to do it would obviously be better. But I'm pretty sure it was an accessory. Yeah, here it is. Bushido lore. So we'd have to sacrifice either HP or MP to get it. And I think MP is probably the lesser suffering. Although it's a little bit counterintuitive because we would be using a bunch of MP to use the Bushido abilities. But I kind of want to try it. Because this way we can immediately open up a boss fight with Scan. And then we could flip into Songstress if we need buffs. But then we could use attacks without having to do a dress sphere change. Either way. Which seems really nice. Churning that butter. I don't even remember what Lulu's Overdrive was like. It's been so long. Oh. LeBlanc Syndicate is here? Why are they here?
Hey! You certainly took your sweet time.
Can I save the game, please?
Why are you
I would really like to save.
Because the boss never goes against Lord.
Goes
Virtue's
against.
wishes.
You found him?
As we was heading in, we found the sphere addressed to the boss.
How is a sphere addressed?
You said, don't follow me. Turn back now and wait for my return. Actually doing what you're told?
I love when voice actors in a video game imitate other characters in the video game.
One look at me,
Something really
dashing
endearing about
across
it.
that sphere, and I was, charmed. How could I say no to such a cutesy whoop?
Cutesy wootsy. Oh, you gotta spin the analog stick, I see.
What if he...
At least it's not the N64 analog stick.
He has a reason to come home.
And wait I shall.
We'll tell him that you're waiting like a good girl.
Ugh.
You do that, love. And don't forget to stress. Good girl.
Okay. Save point? Yeah. And we can go back to the airship. Okay, I'm very curious what we can do if we go back. So I'm going to save. I'm mostly curious if I can go back and then jump in a different hole and fight different Aeons and get another garment grid. Not necessarily because I want them. I'm just curious if that's how it works. Okay, Brother's not standing here anymore. So I'm guessing that's like another branching thing where like... Oh, we can do it again. Okay, so this one changes to Farplane Abyss. Interesting. Interesting. So I guess if you had really, really intimate knowledge of FF10, you could probably guess like which one was going to have which Aeons. And then, I don't know, maybe you could intuit the type of garment grid that you might get, but I doubt it. I don't know that I necessarily want to do this, but I'm willing to poke my head into like one just to kind of see how similar or dissimilar it is. I don't have an intimate knowledge of FF10. So I'm probably not going to be able to glean much. But I just want to see if it's like, you know, is it like the same thing where you just spiral downward and do 3 fights? Is it a completely different, like, little mini dungeon? There were no chests in that area. Okay, it's literally the exact same. Okay, let's see if we have the same encounter table. Possibly. Doomers. Oh, I forgot. Somebody asked me what physical media doomer asked. Or what physical media doomer meant earlier, and I forgot to respond to it. Because we were embroiled in some other conversation. This is literally the exact same area. That is a hell of a name, Street. Gold Lewis Dickinson. I mean, obviously Dickinson is a very common last name, but Gold Lewis is a hell of a first name. Yeah, the rotate the analog stick type of button mashing is certainly a choice. Oh, there is a chest. Look at that. Mega potions are worthwhile. The design is something. I mean, I can only imagine the fact that it's a Guilty Gear character.
Hi there.
That's my favorite one. When Yuna just says hi there. So wait, we're not getting a battle here. We're just immediately getting a save point. It's safe to save here over the previous save, because we can still get back to the airship. So if I keep going further down, are there going to be no boss fights and you only get boss fights on the first run? It would be pretty ridiculous if this was like a 9-way... like, you have to replay the game a bunch of times just to get these different fights. And possibly a different garment grid. But I wouldn't put anything past this game, so... Man, everybody's so mean to Kimahri. Kimahri's cool. Certainly not from like a narrative standpoint, but just from like a superficial factor. I always liked Kimahri the most in 10. I just love Anthro characters. I think they're super cool. I like his design a lot, and I'm a sucker for spears. I love spears. Anytime there's a spear character, I'm immediately drawn to them, whether they're a Dragoon or not. So you mix spear and Anthro together, it's like you got me good. Also, a blue mage literally being blue is hilarious. Hello? Who's that? Oh, Creative Waste, welcome in. How's it going?
This is your lucky day.
Oh, I love the raid message being the developer update. Controller support update is live. Steam demo now works with a controller. After only 2 emergency hotfixes. Creative, thank you for the raid. Folks, go follow Creative Waste. He is a very kind gent and a solo game dev working on a really cool game called The Old One that I have kept an eye on. Hangs out in a lot of cool other chats. Welcome in, everybody. Oolong, good to see you. Creative, hello. Dragon God Neroth, thank you for gracing us with your Dragon God presence. And Struwinkle, welcome in. How's 10-2 treating me? I think I glossed over about 4 streams ago. But this game is very interesting in a lot of ways. There's a lot to dig into mechanically that's really cool. I have a lot of complaints about a handful of things, but it's certainly not an unenjoyable game. You know, I'm not trying to be one of those 2003 curmudgeons that's like, oh, girl game bad, or this isn't Final Fantasy, or whatever, you know, that kind of stuff. But there is a legitimate issue with how the narrative is structured and delivered in this game that really causes it to suffer. And there is just so much tonal whiplash from the rest of the series that I'm not a big fan of. Okay, so we just ended up in the same place. We're pretty close to the end of this game as well, by the way. I don't know how close, and I don't want to know how close. So if you're worried about spoilers or anything like that, definitely run away and hide, because we're kind of pushing towards some of the final things. But, yeah. Yeah, and that's a big complaint for me, Shane. Like this game is structured so different than any other arguably mainline Final Fantasy game, and there's just not a lot of precedence to work off of as far as like you know, knowing to expect there to be so much non-linearity, missable content, out of order narrative, because even previous Final Fantasy games that have non-linear elements still deliver the main narrative to you in a linear way. So there's just like a lot of expectations that a lot of people won't be coming in with, and will have to just kind of figure out on the fly. And for some things, it's just too late by the time you realize it or learn it or pick up on it, or it's just so well hidden that you would need a guide to find it. And you know, while I respect there being so much content on offer for somebody who wants to do 19 playthroughs and this is their favorite game of all time, I don't like story content being missable. I think that's a huge no-no. especially for a game that's like focused on story. You know, if it's like Metroid Prime and the main thrust is the atmosphere and the gameplay, and if you want to dig into the lore, you can. If you want to feel like you want to have a more narrative connection to what's going on, you can do that, and a lot of that's missable, but that's not the main thrust of the game. But like Final Fantasy, we show up for the characters, we show up for the story, so to have a lot of story stuff missable is very controversial, to say the least, I would say. And that's kind of my biggest takeaway so far, is just really those two things. Is I wish I could get all of the story without a guide, and I would love if it was all in order and not like some kind of memento edit. And then the other thing is just the tonal whiplash. I don't know why I keep going back to this screen. This isn't where we're going. Because, like, I feel like regardless of how much time has passed or whatever, just inevitably, I don't know how to properly connect this game to Final Fantasy X. They just feel so diametrically opposed to me. All right, let's drop one more save here, and then we'll move ahead. The LeBlanc massage scene, your parents walk in. That reminds me of an infamous experience I had, Shane. I was playing Twilight Princess, Zelda Twilight Princess for the first time. Oh, you have a shop here? That's hilarious. I guess I'll top up on everything. I was playing Twilight Princess for the Wii in my room. I was in high school. And there's a part... This is not a spoiler, by the way. If you haven't played Twilight Princess, this is not a spoiler. But there's a part where you're in a town, and it's a pretty large town, and you need to use a cuckoo, or a chicken if you prefer. You need to use a cuckoo to like get to some certain parts of the town. And when you pick up a cuckoo in most Zelda games, they kind of react and like squawk and cluck and make silly noises. And the ones in Twilight Princess make a very specific sound, and it kind of loops back and forth. And I was playing the game in my room with the volume. I guess the volume was on kind of low. And I guess the recipe was just right, where my mom, hearing the sound of this chicken clucking and squawking for like minutes while I like ran around and tried to do a certain thing, she thought it was something else entirely. And I remember like maybe an hour later or something, she came into my room and started talking to me. And she was like, "Hey, you can do whatever you want in your room, but just like, I don't know, maybe like close the door sometimes." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And she could tell that I wasn't like, she could tell that I wasn't saying like, "What are you talking about?" in like a I'm pretending that I don't know what you're talking about kind of sense, because I'm embarrassed. Like, she could tell that I really didn't know what she was talking about. So she's like, "Okay, I guess I'm going to explain this to him." And she was like, "Oh, I heard the sounds of like what you were listening to earlier, and that was really awkward." And I was like, and I'm sitting here thinking like, I've just been sitting in here playing this video game for like the whole afternoon. Like, this is all I've been doing. And I told her, I was like, "Are you annoyed by the sound of this video game? All I've been doing is playing this video game." And she's like, "Well, that's not what I heard." And I was like racking my brain. My innocent little brain was like, what is she talking about? And so I'm thinking, I was like, did I like pick up my guitar and play my guitar? Did I play music? Like, what could she possibly be talking about? And then finally, and I was like, oh, she's thinking of the chicken. And I was like, wait, stay here. Stay right there. And I like went from whatever area I was in the game all the way back to the same town, and I picked up the chicken, and I was like, is this what you were hearing? And she started cracking up. Because she really thought I was like backpedaling and digging sideways. And then I was like, Mom, that's actually crazy that you thought I wouldn't close the door if I was doing that. Whoa, this place looks wild and very endgamey. Yeah, maybe that is where it came from, Shane. Don't think so, though. What is going on here? Look at this place. So we've got electricity. Is this like how I go back? Unceremoniously? It is. Well, mad respect that it's like not really a point of no return so far. We can still go back to the airship and do other stuff on the map. So that's kind of cool. What is this? Is this like a piano? It's like a really weird piano. It is a keyboard. Okay. I need to run another ad. So I'll be back in about 3 minutes. We're going to see the first round of our new Smash matchup, if you're not locked behind the ads. But for those of you that are new, I pause gameplay during ads just because I feel like it. And it's good for me to stretch or whatever and whatnot every hour. So I'll be back in about 3. We've got 1 more hour of stream left after this. Hope you can stick around, but if you can't, it's nice having you. Thank you again for the raid, Creative Waste. If you need to raid and run, please do so. It's the point of no return in the sense that we've been playing 10-2 for this long. Right, we have to see it through to the end, exactly. Okay, I'll see y'all in a few.
Free for all! Jigglypuff! Now! 3, 2, 1, go!
Keep it fire! Yeah! Keep it fire! Keep it
Three, two, one. Time up. This game's winner is Ness.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Ness takes round 1 over Jigglypuff. I didn't get to see any of it, but we don't have a lot of faith in Jigglypuff right now. Jigglypuff has been our far and away weakest performer in this tournament so far. So unfortunately, we're expecting Ness to probably win this one, but you never know. You never know. Ness hasn't won more than about half of his matchups. So, could be a foil there, could be something. But Jigglypuff has yet to score more than 4 points against anybody, which is pretty rough. She's never won one. Let's go back over here. Welcome back, everybody. Got my scores updated. Yeah, it's been rough out there for the Puff. Oh, we playing music. Weird. Why is this a minor scale? So the mi to me is actually the major scale. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Why did they do the solfege the other way? This is actually incorrect. That's a natural minor scale. But they have the solfege syllables for a major scale. Okay, so I can play the keyboard, but what am I supposed to play? So, mi, re. Well, just like most musical minigames in a game, they're more confusing if you know about music. Boo-dee-da. Okay. So I guess duration doesn't matter. Can I go this way? Oh, I can't go this way. Are you going to tell me another song to play? Ambushed and Oversoul. Great. Gug. What a name. I think I'm going to run from Gug. Oh, do you actually play Moonlight Sonata in Resident Evil? That's pretty cool. I love Moonlight Sonata. La. Okay. Just one syllable? Is something going to happen if I go back here and just play La? Dang, look at this thing. How does he eat? I guess I should be taking these encounters because I'll probably get some big beefy EXP and some good item drops. But holy crap, they're strong. This could be the difficulty spike that I feared. Are you a drake or a reptile?
Here's your silver bullet.
Wish there was an easy way to know. Okay. Top off, because we're picking up high potions, so we gotta leave some room to carry some. Let's see what happens if I just do... Oh, I can't do this again. Okay, so there might be another keyboard then somewhere. These are all just like massive boss-like enemies. There's no way I'm fighting an adamantoise. That's gonna be so time-consuming and annoying. I'll fight Gug if I get Gug again, but not if he's Oversoul. Do T. And it's the high Do. Can I go up here? Yeah. So we saw Do T and we saw La. Oh. That's not what I was expecting to happen. That didn't do damage to me, and it didn't trigger an encounter. What's the point of that even being there? So is the game gonna like tell me what order to put this in, or am I gonna have to figure out what order it's supposed to be in? Look at this thing. God, every enemy looks like a boss. Omega weapon? Excuse me? Just chilling, hanging out in here? Hold on a second. Let me scan this. Are we wasting our time here? Only 24,000 HP? Okay, yeah, I guess we just kill it. Unless this just obliterates me, I guess. That's fine. You can hang with that. Alright, Sparkler as a gun mage works great. Aw, dang it. Yuna died just as he died, so she won't get the EXP and AP. Wait, what are you talking about, Shane? Were we talking about an animal? What an animation on that. Was Omega Weapon in Final Fantasy X? I don't remember that. But I didn't fight any of the super bosses, so it's not like I should be familiar with it. Ooh, safety bit. Oh, that dragon, how it ate. I see. Okay. Thank you. I had already forgotten about that. That was a secret uber boss in FF10. Wait, can I, like, not pass through this direction? Ow. No, it's just a timing thing. Okay. Okay, so it tells me what order to put it in. Oh, and we're adding it on to our previous. Okay. Amazing melody so far. Okay. I'm getting Eternal Sonata flashbacks. Oops. Didn't need to do Sparkler there. It's okay. I think it's pretty awesome that we went this entire video game without learning a single blue magic spell, just like by accident or incident. Never got one. Almost got me. Okay, here's the keyboard. Bombs! Oh, they're called Volcano. Oh, they're inflicting doom on me. That's not good. They've inflicted me with a POD song. How 2003 of them. 14 fire gems. Holy crap, what a drop. That's very silly, Shane. Eternal Sonata was really interesting. We played that on stream about a year or so ago. Adamantortus. Not an Adamantoise. The real youth of the nation were the bombs we killed along the way. Wow. Yo, what's up, High Electrical? No, I don't have any specific goals today. My goal today is to stop at 5 o'clock like I normally would. I have no idea how much of this game is left, so please do not make any indications as such. Fa mi. Okay. How do I get up there to get that one? Maybe I can jump off. Oh, dang it. That's so annoying. Oh, come on. Can you just not go through this one? Is it range-based? Maybe this is the one that opens up when you play the song. Oh, look, it's Omega Weapon again. I guess I'll fight this one again. I don't know. It's probably got good AP and stuff. It wasn't that scary. You accidentally stole Eternal Sonata, rented it from a store, then you lost it, and then you found it a year later. Trying to return it, but the store had closed down. And it was probably your fault. Something tells me that probably was not the linchpin holding them in business. I accidentally stole a video game from Gamefly once. That's how I got Growlancer Generations for the PS2. I requested it, they said they shipped it, and the other game in my queue showed up, but that one didn't. And I waited like another several days, and it didn't show up, but it said that it had been sent to me. So they just had like a little thing where you could report like, hey, I didn't get this game. And so they were just like, okay, and then they sent another one, and then that showed up like 2 days later. And I was like, okay, cool, now I get to play the game. And then like 3 days later, another one showed up, and I was like, oh, well, what do I do here? So I guess that's not really an accidental theft. It's just more of an incidental theft. How do I get over there? Yeah, Eternal Sonata is cool. It's really, really fascinating game. It's a beautiful game. There's definitely issues with it. Fa. Okay, and then there should be one more syllable over here. Oh my god. Sure, yeah, it wasn't a theft. It was a loss. Okay. So-do. Okay, cool, and it lets me down. Appreciate that. Looks like it's going time. Nice counter. Okay, we need to heal. This thing is really strong. And we're poisoned. We can sing almost anything. Actually, I think I'm poisoned from that other fight, and I forgot to heal it off. Switch unit to Sparkler. Such an innocuous sounding name for an attack that's like really, really high damage.
Going repair service.
There we go. You enjoyed it less and less the further in the game that you went. The less turn-based it became? I don't understand what you mean by that. I can understand liking it less as you go in because the narrative like gets a little it gets more and more complex and arguably more convoluted as you go further in, so I could understand from that perspective, but I don't understand what you mean by becoming less turn-based. I feel like the combat system is the same amount of like hybrid all the way through. I know what you mean by it like evolves and like adds new features, but like the game is never really turn-based, even at the very beginning. It's just slow action. Don't be mean to El Shaddai Street. I'm gonna play that game at some point. I have it. Okay, now we have to add fa, mi, fa, so, do. Bum. Beam. Bum. Look at her shredding in the background back there. I want to hear the full melody altogether. What melody was that supposed to be? Just some arbitrary thing? Yeah, I actually got El Shaddai fairly recently. I think it was like earlier this year, maybe even, or last year. Okay, we gotta get rid of these volcanoes really fast because they are inflicting us with POD. Yeah, I liked everything about Eternal Sonata. For the most part, it's really, really cool and unique and solid. I wish that the ending of the narrative was a little bit more concrete, and slightly less artsy. Oh hey, it's you. We saw you get shot. But yeah, El Shaddai, the whole concept and premise and like aesthetic of El Shaddai fascinates me.
He went ahead.
Guess
never said where I would wait.
Well then please, take care of Gimple.
You dare give me an order?
How many times have we beat you up?
Like a good girl and doing your part for the team. All right, I'm in.
Hey, Dr. P.
Dr. P?
A gift from Nuge.
Why did he call her Dr. P? That's crazy.
It's from 2 years ago. Said it was inside the sphere camera.
I'll watch it later.
Or we could watch it now.
You should watch it now.
Yeah.
Think about it. You know you won't be able to fight your best as long as it's on your mind.
You're right.
Dr. P is her MC name. There actually was a really popular DJ called Dr. P.
Any ideas, Dr.
I don't know if he's still out there doing it. I saw him live one time.
A ship that glides through the air. That thing you mentioned before. If it's for real, I want to fly it.
You get to be pilot then. And maybe I'll try my hand at navigation. Then I'll be engineer.
There's also a famous
Nuge?
professional Smash player who goes by Dr. P or Dr. PP.
Ah, that's perfect.
You'd let an amateur be captain?
Chill out, Nugester. All you gotta do is shut
Nugester?
up. You'll fit the part.
Like a glove.
Not working like dogs.
I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't know why that was funny.
What happened to that pain, I wonder?
She's inside you, sleeping.
What?
Well, wakey, wakey. Time to set sail.
Wakey wakey. Seems like the same person. I don't know how that version of pain is supposed to seem profoundly different than the one that we see. We still don't really know anything about pain. Play the melody by stepping on the floating pedestals in the right order. This is the same melody as before. This is so long. It's starting over. Dum, 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 dum. Okay, what? It's just looping. What is happening here? I want to be done. Okay, let me save. I couldn't even tell if I was like in that shot. So I'm supposed to like memorize this and then go do it? I can't even see it all in one shot. That's so lame. And there's like no rhyme or reason to it. Two of those were two different notes on the same platform. Yeah. What the heck? How could I possibly jump from one of those to the other? I have no idea. Okay, I don't understand what they want me to do there. Okay, so there's like every time I move somewhere, I'm gonna have like a couple of options of where I can jump to next, and it's gonna need to match up with that melody. What? Okay, I'm guessing that was wrong because I can't go any further. This goes back down. So we go this way. So the whole musical aspect of this is completely arbitrary. It's just trial and error. Like, I guess if you watched that super closely, you could maybe figure out exactly what to do the first time. But with having no reference of like how the platforms actually move around and relate to each other, it just seems impossible. So maybe now I go up and to the left. This is very silly. Or maybe now I go this way. Now we're back at the beginning. It's not like a sequence either, because once you do one of them, you don't do it again. No, we can't go any further this way. What? I'm so confused. Okay, what do you say? Would you like to survey the area? Yes, please, no, or reset the melody. What is reset? Okay, so I guess maybe the order does matter. So we're going to reset the melody. Start it over. Now that I've seen it, maybe the survey will make a little more sense. So really, you're just memorizing the order of the platforms. And now it's started over. Okay. This is how my last band wrote our tracks. Oh, that's amazing. So we go here. And then here. Good world building. Oh, let me see what Shane said here. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, having less time to think definitely takes something away from the experience. I don't think I'm supposed to go that way. I think I'm supposed to go there. Yeah, because, yeah. because it walks down the scale. Okay, we got to go back down and reset. So when we come up to this one for the first time, we have to go to the right first. This is so dumb. I really don't like this. Oh, you actually were in a band. That's awesome. But you didn't actually write your songs like this, right? That part was a joke? Dun. Da, da. Okay, just wanted to be sure. Here we go. This way first. And then over here. And then what's left? Over here? No. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, High Electrical. Yeah, the note that they're calling me is actually do. So that makes it extra confusing unnecessarily for me. Even though I'm not a solfege person, I don't use solfege when I do musical stuff. I'm a scale degree number person. How do I get to the rest of these platforms? Dude, this blows. It's so lame. It's not even really like a melody because all the notes are the same duration. Like you would never write a melody where every note is the same duration. Okay, we go there. Then there. Then there. Then there. Then there. Yep, and then where? How do I get up there? I have no idea how to get to that platform. That's the problem. What's up, Smash? How you doing? Okay. Somi Ray. Dum. Wait, I'm confused. Okay, yeah. Wait, now go up. Yep. And then we go here. And we go here. And then the last one that we need is in the top right, but I have no idea how to get to that platform. How do I get up there? I need to get over there. How do I get over there? Shiny slices. How? How do I get over there? If it's not from here. I can see that it has like the green surface on it, you know, to indicate on the map that it's one of the ones that you can land on. I think the green ones are the ones that make noise. Can't get over there. And that's the only way to get up here. And then these ones don't go anywhere. What am I missing here? This is awful. Because the little survey thing doesn't show you how they relate to each other. Yeah, we're just missing those last two notes on this one right here. Oh, maybe it's this. Okay, hold on. Maybe there's a completely different starting point. Can I... Oh, no. That looks completely different from down here. Oh, this! Okay, that's what I saw. Okay, that's kind of dastardly. Okay. So this is it. Checking my work, I guess? Are we good? Oh, of course, my reward is to fight some hulking creature. Scan it. Holy crap, it's strong. So dope. 146,000? Jesus. All of its attacks are devastating. The average party doesn't stand a chance at victory. Is this like... Did I get the melody wrong? We can run away from this. Okay, I have a feeling that this means that the melody is wrong, and this is what happens if you play the wrong melody. Because that description is like, you're not going to win this fight. God, this sucks. Okay, let's go back down there. Reset the dang thing. Let me watch it one more time. And I'm going to have to just write it down. Well, my pen is not working. So mi re do. Ti. So. Fa. Mi. Fa. So, do. All right, let me double check here. The way that they spell this out on the screen is really confusing too. So mi re do. Ti la so. Fa mi fa. That's what we messed up last time. So do. Okay, now we have the right notes. And then let me assign these to platforms. Let me just solve this musical puzzle in the most non-musical way possible. Just do this musical puzzle where my musical knowledge is working against me. Okay, so... So we get those three from the first. And then that one. Then that one. Then that one. Then that one. And over there. That looks like the same order that I just did. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, let me try this again. Maybe I flipped 4 and 5. Oh god, did I just crash the game? Okay. All right, so 1. Okay. Doti la so is what we need next. Okay, so that must be this one. Okay, so where's the la? Somehow we missed la. This is fa, mi. So where is that la? Yo, Shane with the points redeem for Xenosaga. That's spicy. Thank you for that. Let me reset this again. Okay, try this again. So we hit this one first. And then do ti. This only goes there. That doesn't work. But the one down here is fa, right? Fa all by itself? Yeah, so that's not it. Okay, I gotta watch this again and figure out where La is. Reset. And where is La? Please. Oh, I also flipped those two. One more time. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. So this one first. And then I think I need to go around the other path. Way over here. Nope, not that one. Okay, well, I'm stuck on that, I guess. You went AFK a while ago. It looks like we're still in the same place. I hope this isn't something horribly tedious. Guess what, D. Holmes? It is. Okay, this is the one that I missed. I understand now. We will get it this time. Alright, reset. Yeah, what we have here is a puzzle that is not only tedious, but also is made more difficult rather than easier by having intimate knowledge of musical solfege. I'm glad that you were able to scrub your brain of memories of this. Alright, now we gotta go all the way over here to get our La. And all the way back. I bet you get something pretty sweet if you can manage to beat that that boss. But we're not gonna do it. Dum dum. And then we gotta go back up to here. La. And then last one. Bing bom. Okay. Now check my work. The colors don't mean anything. The solfege symbols don't mean anything. The melody itself doesn't mean anything because there's no variation in the length of any of the notes. This is so Memoria coded. All right. Now we're going to go back down and save. So that we never, ever have to do that ever again as long as we live. What would be even better is if that was procedurally generated, and every time you do it, it's different. So if you subject yourself to replaying this, you have to do a different melody every single time. God help you. Okay. Moving on. Oh, this is the point of no return.
Yeah. That's it?
A hunch it is then.
Okay. Oh, but it doesn't give me the option to turn back. Oh, that sure looks like Vegnagun. So can I go back or no? Okay, despite what Riku said and all that pomp and circumstance, we can still go back. Maybe it takes away my ability to warp on to the airship? Nope. Can still go back to the airship. Okay. Alright, well this is a perfect stopping point for us today, I guess. Because we're out of time anyways. This is like right on time for where we would stop. So I guess tomorrow we might be fighting Vegnagun. A hunch it is then. Yeah, exactly. So, okay, let's talk about a couple things before we sign off here. Oh my god, that would have been the worst street. I mean, luckily I had the presence of mind to go back to the save point before walking through the loading zone. But yeah, I can only imagine. Okay, so a couple things we got to talk about before we get out of here. First of all, first and foremost, if you're in my Discord, please go into the polls channel and vote for this tactical RPG bracket matchup. This is our grand finals. These are the last two contenders. We've narrowed down our list from 12 to 2, and now we're going to go from 2 to 1. So go in there, add an emoji react for the game that you would more like to see on the next poll, because clearly we're going to be beating this game pretty soon, and it's going to be time to run another RPG poll. Could be happening as soon as tomorrow, I suppose. We're gonna run another RPG poll to figure out what our new Thursday Friday game is going to be. On that poll is going to be the winner of this bracket between these two. It's going to be Dot Hack Part 3 Outbreak. And the first stream of that would be a special movie night where we would watch all the official recaps of parts 1 and part 2, since I didn't stream those, and I haven't played them in a long time. And we would watch the 3 OVA DVDs from part 1, part 2, and then part 3. And then we would jump back into part 3. So that'll be really cool. I imagine that the whole first stream might not have gameplay, because I think they're each like 30 minutes, and we would have to watch 5 of them. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe some of the recap videos are shorter, and we'd get to a little bit of... We'd probably get to a little bit of gameplay either way. The third option on the upcoming poll is going to be something Final Fantasy. I've narrowed it down to 2 games. It's between Fantasian, which is obviously not a Final Fantasy game in name, but it is made by the creator of Final Fantasy. And the other one is Final Fantasy Type 0 HD. One of those two games is going to be on the next poll. I'm slightly being influenced by how this decision goes. Before I pick which one of those two is the Final Fantasy option. So you'll have a dot hack option, you'll have a Final Fantasy-ish option, you'll have a tactical option, and as of today, added by Shane, we will have a fourth option, which is only a thing if you use a big wallop of channel points. We will also have Xenosaga Episode 1 on there. So coming in under the wire there. Very nice addition. That being said, make sure you make your voice heard on this tactical RPG poll. There's gameplay videos linked in there if you want to familiarize yourself with the games. If you don't know anything about them, just pick a random one anyways. An uninformed vote is still valuable in this process. And I'll probably announce the new Friday poll on Monday with the Monday update. That, considering it's very likely that we'll finish this game tomorrow. I guess if we don't finish the game tomorrow and we find out there's a bunch more stuff that we got to do or want to do, then maybe we'll play this for another week and I might not start the poll on Monday. But I feel like even if we play this game for another week, I'm still going to start the poll on Monday. If we do finish this game tomorrow, I will probably do some filler content next week, Thursday and Friday, so that we still have the whole week to vote on the new game, because it's going to be a super stacked poll. I want to make sure people have time to get in there. So if we finish this game tomorrow, we'll do some kind of filler content on Thursday and Friday next week. I don't know what it would be yet. I'll have to give that some thought, depending on how tomorrow goes and over the weekend. I'm starting a Pokemon Generation 5 challenge run book club with a bunch of Discord friends. You don't have to be in my server to participate. You can just tell me that you want to be included, and I will do a draft for you. I will deliver you the results of your draft, and you can do your playthrough at your own pace and however you want. You don't have to stream it. You don't have to share updates. You don't have to finish or start in any specific time window. It's just a fun excuse to replay Pokemon Black and White. So if you have a way to play Pokemon Black and White, even if you're just emulating or whatever, just let me know if you want to be included. I'll make sure that you get some draft results. We're going to do the draft in like 2 weeks, probably. And then people will be able to start whenever they want after that. So let me know if you want in on that. We got a good list of people going already. It's going to be fun. It's going to be very challenging. Let me post the rules in the chat in case there's any lurkers that want to poke their nose in there out of curiosity. It's definitely not for the faint of heart. But if you've done other challenge runs, you'll probably recognize a lot of the ideas here. But I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. You can go for a 1 to 5 star rating depending on how hard you want to make it on yourself, and it's gonna be pretty cool. Even if you only do the 1 star playthrough, it's still gonna be pretty challenging. 5 stars would be absurdly challenging. Only experts only on 5 star. I think that's all I got for now. I'll be back tomorrow at the same time with possibly the conclusion of this game. And more Tearaway on Tuesday. But for now, we need to find somebody to raid. And then I gotta go eat something and get ready for a meeting. So, where are we headed? Where are we headed? That's a spoilers. That's also a spoilers. Okay, we're gonna raid Gem. I don't get to raid Gem very often. Gem hasn't been online a super ton, so we're gonna go see how he's doing and wish him well. And I have no idea what this game is, so we're gonna find out together. Drop Gem a follow. It's spelled like Sem, but it's pronounced like Gem. And I hope you can come hang out tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll see you in the next thing. Let me press this button, and then press this button, and let's get the heck out of here. Thanks for hanging out with me today. We had some fun chats, as we tend to do with this game. As we tend to do with 10-2. Like that. It's pretty good. Right off the top of the dome. Like it's a second nature to me. We had some good chats today. Those have been very common with this game. Eris, don't laugh at me. Thanks for hanging out, by the way. And yeah, more of this tomorrow. And I've yapped enough. Thank you for noticing my curmudgeonness. Proud. Later. We're gonna go say hi to Jem and see what this game is all about. It looks pretty cool, actually. All right, be good. See ya.